Right, we're just waiting for some tea, so I'm gonna write some notes for myself while we're doing this. Oh, right. I wrote on the wrong side of the post-it. All right. Okay, we'll do this. How do you fail to use post-it notes, right? First I wrote on the wrong side, then I somehow managed to twist it around. So I wrote, and now I got ink on my hand. And then I wrote in the wrong direction, so... Alright, we'll try again. That's the tea ready, and then we can get on with this. All right. And the posters have already fallen down. This is not working. Okay, we need to get ourselves into streamer mode as well. Let's do that. There we go. Oof. Let's see, where are we? Okay, let's catch up with everyone. The YouTube stream live, yes. Do we have any views on YouTube? No. Why would we have that? Why would anyone watch on YouTube? YouTube, if you're watching this, you suck. Anyway, all my posters fell down. I got to do something better about this. What should we do for that then? We'll have some tea then, shall we? All right, yes, and let's fire up the bot as well, shall we? Let's go to Okay, Control S1. Ah, it's W. Why do you type 1 then? Let's split this and let's go to BunnyBot and run this. And then we go to Simple Bun and run this. And when we start this up, we should probably do like an announcement when we start this thing up, right? So, let's see. That's all the commands. That's the retry, blah, blah, blah. We're not going to get the log from the aggregator. That would be annoying. Instead, when we start, we'll do this. What should we do? I am here. Okay. Cargo run release. Nope. To string. Whoops. Cargo run release. Okay, BunnyBot, are you here? Yes, you are. There we go. Ooh, shoulder pain. Nice. That's what I like in the morning. I don't know about you. Okay. Hello, Dormant Cast. Hello, 0 Point Victor. Hello, Enrico. Oh, did Pepper forget to close the stream? Send him a message then. It's always nice to do. Yes, you have been bamboozled. How's it going, Ice Cold? Agents are trigger word these days. I'm sorry, Codex. Let me read one of my posters here. It says most people in chat are simple. Okay, right, that's not what it says here. I don't know why I said that. Anyway, we are gonna put that there. Maybe I need some actual sticker tape to get these two to stick, right? Is that because you watched Agents of Shield and of Shield? That's how you say Shield these days. Agents of Shield, and it turned out that it wasn't very good. Well, I mean, it wasn't bad. It just didn't have a lot of life, did it? My body is on autopilot today. Nothing works, right? It's like the wherever I think things are, they are not there. So I just keep banging into things and all that, right? Already been done by multiple people. Okay, so we're gonna do a little bit of Twitch integration today, and I need to get this microphone sorted because this is definitely not how I want this setup to be. I almost tore everything down and started again with a new setup. Stream is done. Okay, but have you guys notified Pepper? I'll send him a message as well. Where are you, Pepperoo? Oh, hang on. Oh, wow. Okay. Right. So people change name on Discord and then I don't know who they are. So I think I'm talking to a new person when I have in fact talked to them many times before. Okay, so I'll get a bit confused. Right. It's game deal time. Okay, but first I'm gonna figure out why this isn't working. There it is. Okay. Um, nothing just yet, right? We're gonna get to it, but first, there's a game doll. Ah, yes. This is what? What is this? Huh. It's not Oli Oli. I need more. I need more information. I don't know this game. No. No, I have no idea what this is. Crab game. That's not a crab. 2021 with this glorious graphic? Hmm. Uh. Okay. I don't know what franchise this is. Well, hang on. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know the franchise, so I can't really say what this is. Judgment. Yeah, I had no idea. Not a sausage. No, me neither. Yeah, because the game went bad. Maybe not. I haven't tried them, so I don't know. Okay, so what should we start with? We should probably um. Oh, we already have that. Okay, there's nothing there. Right, definitely don't need that. I bet you wish you knew what was in there. Hmm. Actually, we don't need Bunnybot. Yeah, we do. Do need Bunnybot. This guy made the crab game. I'm sure he did. I don't trust your links though, Bonin. Okay, what do we need for this thing? We need to. We don't need this to be a library. Do everything in here. We need some Tokyo. No. What do we need from there? We need macros. We need runtime. I don't think we need anything else. Um, hmm. Yes, that is the most important one. Hello, Mouse. Good. Good as good can be. How you doing? Okay, so what should we do for this thing? We can start by trying to get chat in there. So let's make a chat RS file then. No, why do we need a struct for that? Not a chat, it's just chat, right? No. Um. Oh, right. We need Binky for this. Yay, there we go. Right. Well, let some. Is it some? Message equals to agent dot receive. Or is it okay? It is okay. Yeah. You need a type there. Okay, we need to connect to our. We need to connect to our this guy. That's what we need to connect to. Okay, so let's do that then. That is gonna be. I think we have. Yeah, a bot adder for that one. So let's get the bot adder. Whoops. In there. Now we have to connect to it and resolve it. So let's start with a connection. That'll be a TCP connection. Although we could probably swap everything to UDS, right? There's no reason not to. Hello, Argus. How you doing? Shivero, I always play on hard mode, no autocomplete, right? That's like adventure mode, you know, baby's first foray into programming, where you get spoon-fed information. I'm kidding. I have autocomplete if I need it, right? Bot, whoops. So bot adder, right? That was autocomplete. But I don't generally use it. Only for really long constants and stuff, right? Okay, so we're gonna connect to our bot address and how I used it there. Oh, we need the retry, right? So let the timeout. No, retry. Forever. Duration 1000. That's gonna be our retry. Okay, now we need to establish this connection. So agent is gonna connect to this connection. It's going to connect with this connection, and we're going to call this thing the bridge, because we're bridging from one to another, right? Do we have weight there? Yeah, we do. And once we have made that connection, we are going to get the address to the bridge. So agent.resolve with retry. And we can just use our current retry that we have. So what are we resolving? We're resolving the bridge with our retry. Okay, and now with the bridge, we can do a remote resolve of what we have at the other end of this thing, right? And we're going to use the bridge for that. I think maybe we should condense this, because this is such a recurring pattern, that maybe we should condense this into just one function. So this would all be represented by something like agent.connect and resolve. And then we just feed it the connection, the retry, the bridge, and another retry. Right, so we could do something like this, which will get us the bridge address at the end of that. So it kind of, it's quite a lot going on. But I think that there are some parts missing. This, I'm still sort of I haven't run into any issues yet that is working out, but I'm imagining I'm going to soon, so I'm gonna leave that until we get to one of those issues, though, right? Tunes. Ah, nice. Okay, so we're gonna resolve the bridge. No, we're not. We resolved it already. So we're gonna resolve the aggregator. I don't remember how to use resolve, so I'm gonna have to go and look at the documentation to a local agent. Okay, so it's resolve remote. Maybe I should just read the error message then. Oh, resolve remote, not remote resolve. Silly me. Oh yeah, we'll unwrap this thing because it's fine. And that's a key, so that one's fine to resolve like this. So this is going to be our aggregator. And what is the aggregator? Probably have to unwrap that one as well, right? So what is the aggregator? The aggregator is the program that gets all the information from Twitch. So we just push everything into one aggregator. So let me draw this up for you so I can bore you a little bit more. You know what? Let's use Infinity Draw. All right, so we have this is the aggregator. This is the actual bunny bot, right? Whoops, there goes another post-it. How are you supposed to keep me grounded if you keep falling off all the time? I need to really sticky tape these to my monitor so I can keep reading them when I read chat as well. It's a reminder for me to not take everything so seriously, which I'm kind of doing these days. Okay. So everything will come in here, right? Things like chat and events. And then these will flow in here into something called an aggregator, right? And we're just going to call it AGD for now, right? So the aggregator holds everything. And then we have, where are you? Somewhere in the chat, if we do this, I don't remember the name of my own bot here. All right, no, that's not my bot. Bunnybot, that's mine, right? So Bunnybot is running off the aggregator, right? So events and things are going to Bunnybot, which is a separate program, right? This is Bunnybot. So we have like the server that gets everything in. Then we have the Bunnybot, which is reacting to things in chat. Now I want something up here. So we're going to use the same information, right? So we just have to connect this thing to the aggregator and start listening for information from the aggregator. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to tell the aggregator that we want to be notified of events, right? So agent.send to the aggregator. And what are we sending? We are sending aggregator command, maybe? Apparently it is. And register, right? There we go. So the moment we do this, we now get information from the aggregator. Now, if we want to be a little bit clever about this, we could obviously, sort of when we register, we could choose what kind of things we're registering for. Do we want chat? Do we want events? Do we want all, right? But we don't really have anything for that just yet. Hello, Dragon These Balls. How you doing? You know what, Dragon These Balls? I love it. I love your attitude. I have just made 3 post-it notes that are stuck on my monitor to remind myself to be a good person. Because if I don't, I start plotting and conniving and trying to take over the world. So I have to keep a constant reminder that I'm supposed to be a good person. But I appreciate where you're coming from. All right, so now we should be getting messages every time something happens, right? Too right, man. The thinking machines. I just finished June Prophecy, by the way. It was all right. Some of the writing made me a bit angry, but That's just me, right? I mean, clearly you take it personally and you're like, ooh, right? No, but so I was like watching it, and in general it was pretty good, but some of it was a little bit right? Post-it notes are hard to replace, but they keep falling down all the time, so I'm gonna have to sticky note these ones. I'm gonna cut them and then tape them to my monitor instead. Okay, so let each message, and what are you? You're an agent. Okay, so let's match on this thing. Match on the message. So there's a lot of interaction between agents, but we don't really care about a lot of these things. So everything here is irrelevant to us, right? But let me go through what these things do, right? You can send requests internally, not across the network. Only internally can you request information from one agent to another. There is a reason you can't do this over network. I just don't remember why. I started implementing it, and then I realized why that wouldn't work. And I don't think I noted it down anywhere. Since requests are blocking in nature, they do not work over a bridge. Okay, that's why. That's why. All right, so an agent is removed. This is a notification that one agent gets if another agent has subscribed to it, right? So if I track an agent, if we go into BunnyBot and we go to... Now this one's a little bit more complex. Maybe the aggregator does that. Yeah, here we go, right? So if an agent is tracked, that's all I have to do. And I can't stress how happy this makes me, okay? If you ever tried to build and do a lot of things with networking and stuff, in whatever programming language, you have no doubt run into using channels, if you use something like Go or Rust or whatever, right? To deal with the multi-threaded aspect of things, right? I don't know why I really stress the aspect of those things, right? So you do this, and you send that, you have a channel to communicate with the socket, and you end up with some hideous thing, right? Where you have a connection that you split in half to have a reader half and a writer half, and now you have a outgoing channel here for everything you read of the socket that's going somewhere, and everything you want to write has to go in there. That's an RX, but these are not the same RX-TX pairs, right? So this represents one connection, right? Now, if you want to know if this connection is being dropped, then you need to give this connection another TX, right? So drop. And imagine that you have a connection that is dependent on like 4 other channels. So all of a sudden you have like 4 channels that you need to send messages to and all that stuff. What a mess. All we have to do is say, dude, just track this address, all right? And when this sender is gone, we get a... Actually, I just see that we don't implement this. Oh, dear me. All right, let's do this. All right, I saw a bug. No, don't do that. That's the one we want to fix. Agent removed, that's what we need. Okay, everything else we can go back to ignoring, right? So if we remove an address, don't we have like a retain in here? All right, then subscribers dot retain. This address is not equal to this address, right? That's it. So that's all we have to do. We say, so keep everything that isn't that address, right? We should probably restart this now, given that, yes, that one was already telling us that it was gone burger. But that's okay. Restart it. The BunnyBot should say, I am here. There you go, right? Ow, Opus, you managed to get that before it went. Good work. Yeah, very good joke, Opus. Got your room. But jokes aside, no, post-it notes on the physical, like on the physical screen where you don't use any of the screen real estate makes so much more sense rather than post-it notes on the screen, because you don't want to see them all the time, right? You all have post-it notes on your desk. You have your password on there, your mother's maiden name, and all these things, right? Okay, you don't want that on the screen. Okay, so we've added that thing. We got this thing going. Oh yes, I will explain the agent remove, right? Disconnected. I don't remember why we get disconnected messages. Let's have a look at this thing, right? Connection associated with the agent was disconnected. Okay, cool. So if this connection is disconnected, we will get this message here, right? And we're just gonna do a danger connection lost. Restart this until you fixed that issue. All right, cool. And then connected is what we get when the connection reconnects, right? But we don't really care about that. All right, so connection established. I wonder if we're gonna see that. No, we're not. Oh, that's easy because we don't run chat. So we need to set up a router first. We need a new router. Then we need an agent for chat, right? And we're just going to call it chat. And then we're going to tell our Tokyo to spawn chat, pass in the agent. And we're going to tell the router to run because nothing happens until we run the router. And then we fix that. There we go, right? You need to be muted, Bubbles. And then we run this thing. Do we get the connector thing? No, because we're going to connect before anything happens, right? Easy. There we go, right? So, yeah. You forgot it everywhere. I actually bought 2 notebooks. And this one I have with me almost everywhere because this one replaces a laptop for me, I realized. Which is a weird thing to say, but when I'm out somewhere, I'm sitting at a cafe or something, I just sit down, open it up, and then I start typing, right? No, of course not. Don't be an idiot. But I write down my IDs that I have, and I can do... I mean, you don't write syntax, obviously. That would be stupid. But you kind of write down your ideas and thoughts and abstract things, right? And it's better than breaking up a laptop and you know... And yesterday, I invested in a new pen and an eraser. So one of these pens, what do you call them? Do you call them, not engineering, architect pen? Is that what they're called? You know, the pens that has like a little... It doesn't say, it's just called grip. It's like a pen that has, there's no writing underneath there. That has those little things in it, right? That has these little, I don't know what they are. Graphite sticks, right? No, a ball pen, mechanical pencil. There you go. Thank you. Not architect, mechanical pencil, right? A ball pen, Janelle, is, as the name implies, a little ball at the head of the pen that kind of rolls the ink, sort of like an old school mouse, right? Which actually led to someone trying to recreate that in the form of a mouse. So there is someone who took the idea of a ball pen and made a mouse out of it, and you can imagine how successful this mouse was. There you go, right? Actually, these ones look a little bit newer than the ones I remember seeing, but yeah, it was not a good idea. Have you tried a Remarkable? I have a Remarkable, but here's the thing. Well, rather, my wife has one. The Remarkable is so expensive that I'm too worried when I just throw it into my backpack to go off, right? So I don't bring that. If I drop my notepad on the floor, the cover might get a bit scuffed. If you drop a Remarkable on the corner, that's like 9 billion pounds broken, right? I have tried both this and that, okay? So let's go back to this thing. So we're now connected. We should now be receiving chat messages here. We don't do anything with the request, so we're going to do that one, and then we just mark these as I don't care. All right, and then here, this is all I need to do to get a chat message, right? We're gonna add an IRC. What's it called? IRC proto is what we're gonna add for this thing. So cargo add IRC proto. We have to build this. And let's do a cargo dock. Open. And let's see what that one's called. True, but there was a reason for the pencil. So they spent a lot of money on this, designing this pen that could write in zero gravity, right? But I don't remember where this comes from. So this could very well be some trivia from a movie, right? It might come from Three Idiots, right? Which is a great Bollywood movie if you haven't seen it. But the reason a pencil isn't necessarily ideal is because the tip can break off. I think there was some ridiculous notion like that, right? Okay, let's find IRC proto in here. There we go. So we want to find a message here from stir. So let's use a message. Let's import that. Use IRC proto. Actually, let's just type message here, right? And no. Where did I add that? Did I add it to the wrong thing? I didn't add it there. Yeah, there's an IRC proto there. We don't need that. No. Here's what we need. Cargo add IRC proto. There we go. And then we can just type message here, fix that. And now we're going to get the IRC proto message instead, right? As IRC message, right? So we want to import that as something else because message is kind of a vague term, right? Have you already done things with IRO, lib, P2P? No, I have no idea what those are. Okay, so let's get the message here. So that will be, so what is this thing here then, right? This, well, that's nothing. We need to get, not that, we need to get a aggregator message. That's what we need. So we need to get, so that's the message we need to get, right? Message, and that's an aggregator message now, right? So now we can match on the value. Actually, we don't have to match on the value. We can just disregard any value that isn't a channel point event right now. Actually, why would we do that? Let's get those involved here as well, shall we, right? So if we have a chat, this is going to be a bunch of bytes. And then we can do a IRC message. That will be IRC message from, can we do from bytes? I do not know. No. What about slice? All right, fine. Do we have a from implementation? From command, from stir. Okay, so stir is done. That makes sense because it has to be a valid UTF-8 string, right? So let's call this thing message. So we do from UTF-8 bytes unwrap. And then we can just pass in the message here. Oh, goodness me. Okay, stir from bytes. There we go. And then you are a message. Whew, what a journey. All right, so this one is a message now. So we can work with this thing. I imagine that's what it was for, since it's called P2P, which is short for peer-to-peer, no doubt. If I do something in my life, I hope it's to write software as bad as E.A. Nasir Cooper was, so I am remembered for eternity. I don't know who that is or what they wrote. Okay, so we have ourselves an IRC message now, so we can actually do things with this. Let's just send this message over to a user interface instead. So to run a user interface, we now need to have an emitter. That's an anathema emitter. And we need to have a recipient, right? A component. That will be a component ID over an IRC message. Like so. Right, so if we have these now, we can't do that just yet. But if we have these now, we can emit this message. Okay, so we'll do emitter.send, and we can send async, right? So we can do this. We can send to our component our message. Right? No, we can emit, not emit. We can emit, but we can emit async because we are in an async runtime, which is better than blocking anything. So there we go. That's the bonus. Hello, YouTube viewer. Okay, so now we're emitting a message from our chat into our user interface, right? Very good. Okay, so now we need to get the emitter and the component ID in there. Okay. So we have to start building a user interface now. And how do we build a user interface? Well, we have to have a function. We don't have to have a function. Let's have a function called UI. Now, the problem with this is that we can't move things across thread boundaries. So let's set up the UI here, okay? So how do we set up the UI? Well, we can do that, okay? So we don't have to type a lot of things. Okay, and then we're gonna take all of this code here and move it up to here. And the here is gonna be our component ID. And we're gonna have our emitter. Now, this is a little bit awkward. We can't really do this, but we can spawn this. As a matter of fact, we can do all the UI stuff in here and then spawn the rest, couldn't we? UI is short for user interface. A GUI is a graphical user interface. A TUI is a text user interface. Okay, so we have the... Okay. Oh yeah, you need a component. Okay. And you're not generic as much as you want to be. Right, and then we have to say what that is. So let's make a new module here. Mod UI. Whoops. New source UI.rs. And we're going to have a component. So we can call this thing chat. And chat needs to have a state. Why is nothing changing? There we go. Pubstruct chat messages. And this thing's going to hold some kind of state, right? We actually don't need anything for you, but we have to implement state for you, which means we have to use anathema, prelude, maybe prelude. Is there a prelude there? There is, but there's also a component one. It's probably that one that we need, component. And if we now implement the component, whoopsie, the component for chat, we can say that our message is an IRC message. There we go, right? And if we just re-export the IRC message from main, it will be a little bit easier to deal with. So let's go to our, chat and get the IRC message, go to main, make that to pub create. Why do we do that? This is not a library. And we can now fix all the errors by using the no. Use create IRC message. Thank you. And then here we can also use create IRC message. There we go. Apparently not. Oh no, idiot. That's the re-export there. Okay, so we need to tell this guy what component this is. So our component is not a unit. Our component is the chat component, which is UI chat, I think. Yes. And that should be fine now. Yes, yes it is. That's it, right? Okay, bye YouTuber. Then we have, so we have messages coming in already. We have, okay, let's see if we can get something on screen within 1 hour then, right? We've been going for 50 minutes already. Okay, so that would be create IRC message. So when we run this thing, we're going to be blocking. So we should probably send the router off to another. So we can do a Tokyo spawn here. But then this will block. We could spawn it blocking, maybe. Technically, we don't even need to run the runtime on this thread. So that would be arguably okay to do. So we could set all this up, launch the runtime on another thread, and then just run the UI here. So this part goes somewhere else. Can we make an async function? Because both of these are blocking, right? This one's blocking here, so we kind of need to not do that here. Let's start the runtime on another thread. So let's have a function called networking here that takes the emitter and the component, which is a component ID over an IRC message, right? Like so. Whoops, maybe we should finish writing that. So if we do this and we take the networking part and slap it in here instead, and now we have to set up the Tokyo runtime here. So we got the emitter and everything. Now we're going to do networking. We're going to move this into another thread. Actually, we can do all that in here. So we're just going to call networking with the emitter and the component ID like so. Now we just have to make this thing work. See, we can't await this yet. There's not a lot of code here, but let's do a thread spawn move and put that in there. Ship that up. Use stud thread. Reorganize that. Now we have to get this away thing working here, and I don't remember what that looks like. So we're gonna go to docs.rs Tokyo. And we're going to find the main macro, just because this has already, there we go, right? That's what we need to do. So we're going to do runtime builder, new multi-threaded builder. So Tokyo runtime, Tokyo runtime builder. Why are you there? No, just builder. New, what's a new multi-thread? Yeah, multi-pass, whoops, thread, brain. Enable all, which I don't remember what it did. Build. Unwrap, of course. And then we're going to do the block on. Block on, my friend, block on. Now we can call async there, but I think we just need that. Like so. Okay. we could have done that on the main function, but if we do it this way, we can actually get rid of this. So we can do what Kavs said, or we can get rid of the macros from here because we don't use those anymore, right? And since I already wrote it, there we go. I expected you to half join us yesterday, Kavsi. We were playing Remnant. I think Temporis is fed up with me not making any progress anymore. So it's like, play Remnant, you fool. And I was like, okay, don't hurt me. Oh, of course it is. Slap the code, man. Slap it all the way to Sunday. Show the code what it's done to offend you. Okay, so if we run this, it exits. That's not good. I didn't want that to happen. Oh, I know where it exits. We are... we're not there. Templates. There we go, right? So now let's make a new templates index.aml and then text, I am here, and run this thing. And there we go, all right. Whee! Okay, there's no reactor running. Must be called from the context of Tokyo blah. Okay. That wasn't good. There's no reactor running. No, I don't think we could. I don't think we could put that here, Kavsi, because we need to spin this up in a thread. We absolutely don't want to do that or any of that. So I wonder why that griped at me. Okay, we're gonna go and look at this error here, though. Let's see if there's anything in the answers that we can just go directly to. No, I don't think this is it. Hang on. Hang on to your sockets. Yeah, we're good. But this is what we're doing, right? Oh, hang on. Am I doing this before I get there? Oh, yeah. Okay. You know what? I see it. I see it. It's all good. Async move. It's all good. Lovelies. Chill out. I got this. Yes, I am here. Okay, now, question is, can we now, within 1 minute and 30 seconds, get... Well, we got something on screen already. So I guess we've kind of reached the goal. But let's see if we can get a chat message on the screen as well then. So let's make a new template. Actually, we can just put it in the index. Let's go to our component. Where are you? Chat. And that's going to be messages, which is a vec. No, a vec. It's a list of message. And let's have another struct called a message here. That's going to be a state. That's going to have a username, which is a string. Whoopsie. And whoops, not near him. You're not there. And then a message. That's our value string. Tambien, mate. Okay, so we're going to have a list of messages there. So here, that's going to be chat message. Let's just change it to messages. Then, messages. And we can just implement default. For you, default. Are you good? No, not chat. Messages. Silly brain. What? Oh, right. Keep it simple. No. Oh, it's a value list, obviously. Obviously, you monkey. Now that has to be messages. Sorry, UI messages default. Choop. And we're good. Nice. Hello, hacker. Life's pretty good, mate. Pretty good. How you doing? Now we're gonna get an on message here. No, it's just called message. There we go. And brain, quiet. Let's see. So this means that we got an IRC message. So we need to see what can we get out of here. We can get a command. So let's just match on the message command, right? So match on message.command. And we're only interested in one command, the private message, right? The rest we don't care about. Wow, so many. And what do you have? You have probably the sender and why don't you tell me what that is? We'll respond to a message, not sufficient. Yeah, we know that. I wanna. Okay, it's gonna be the username and the message. Okay, so let's have name and message. So let's say if let this equal to that, then we can now compose a message. Message. And we're gonna have the username that's gonna be name into, and the message is gonna be whoopsie message into. There we go. Now we can just add this to our state. So state dot messages dot push back message. And that's all we need to do for a UI. Hello Discord. ¿Qué quieres? Nah, I'm streaming. I can't look at that now. Okay, so we're gonna push that. That's all we do. We get messages and we push them in there. Everything else is gonna happen in the template. So if we go here, we put a vertical stack here, and we say for whoopsie for message or MSG in state dot messages, and then here we'll say message dot username message dot message, right? And run this thing, and that should be it. Hey, there you go, right? Although I do wonder if that is not quite what I thought it was going to be. Anyway, yeah, that didn't take long to get going. That was easy. All right. Okay, so we now have chat working, although it doesn't look very good. Can we get the bunny bot and the other bot to No, it's showing the channel. Okay, all right. That is not the username then. Whoopsie. Too right. So that's going to be the channel. We need something else. The other thing probably comes from the message itself. Where's the sender in all of this? It's not a tag. No, it's all good. It's all good. What's the prefix? Or source? Okay, that's not it then, right? Uh, where is the sender? What did I break? Oh, that's channel. But I don't want the channel. I want the thing. Okay, let's put a breakpoint there. We're gonna definitely break everything now, but let's do this. Okay, so if we now look at whoops, where are we? Print the message. Print message. All right, that's not right. That was not it. Right, let's do that then. Actually, what we could do is we could just no, we can't panic that one. Okay, we'll do this. We need a little bit of padding here for this to work. Chop. There we go. Okay, so we need to figure out how do we get the username out of the message, right? Well, we have it in the prefix. I don't think that's right, though. Display name, but that's not the one we want. It's probably not in the tag. Maybe it is the display name we should use. So we need to look in the tags for that. All right, let's have a look at docs.rs for IRC proto and see what the message looks like. So I just grabbed this thing because I didn't want to implement this once again. Let's see. Prefix tag. There's a vec of tags. That's really annoying because that means that we can't we can't fetch them like we could with a hash map. It means we have to scan for the display name. Describe the source of a prefix. So the prefix is the source. Okay. So we'll use the prefix if we can't find the tag then. Ah, right. Nick, why are there three? Username at hostname. Okay, so it's the first one that we want to look at, right? So it has to be one or the other. Otherwise, it will be... it's a good song, though. Priven. Otherwise, it's going to be an invalid message, but it is unlikely to happen, right? So let's start scanning the tags for... are these optionals? Yeah. Oh, man, it's going to be super gross. Okay, let's write, let's go to chat and let's write a trait here. IRC message extension. Actually, we can put this thing in the root, can't we? For IRC message. And there we go, right? So this should be an option, actually, come to think. Come to think of it. Because there are other kinds of messages, right? So let's start with self.tags. Iter. No, find. Ooh, you are not happy. Wait, can we not use find directly on the vec or the slice? Let's look at the slice. Slice W, my favorite slice. Is there a find or a position that we want to look for? Probably a position then. No. I'll find it. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. You chill. I got this. Maybe a straight up search then. Not a binary search because this is not sorted. We could look for a contains, but that just gives us true or false. So that's not what we want. We could do an any. I don't see any here. Now that would be on the iterator. Yar. Well, we have to use the iterator then. There we go. All right, but then we can use find. So this is now a tag. And what does the tag contain? Let's have a look. Not the prefix. But if this thing fails, we're gonna do self.prefix match on you. And then here, that's a none. And then here, that's the name. So that's a sum name. Now that should be, oh, that's an, oh, right, okay. Y está. Okay. So message.name. We have to bring the trait in here. And there we go. So we'll unwrap that one. Now we can do all this. Message.name.unwrap.into. The chains. Ah, why? Oh, right. Text. There we go, right? Whee! But you are not owned, so we have to do... We'll make a string out of you. We'll make a string out of you, boo. And then here, we could just take the... We could make this into a message, right? Instead. So now it's a tuple instead. So we can let this thing... The reason we do this is so we can let this thing consume itself, right? Oops. Ah! There we go. And then here's the name. So we'll match on self dot command. No, if let. Let's go to this guy. And then we don't do if let. We're just gonna say let this thing, don't care about that, equal message command, else return none, chop chop, right? So now we have the text out of there, and then we get the prefix here. And we only do that if we don't get the tags, right? And if we get the name here, which is now owned, we can return name and text, right? Y está. Okay, we're good now. No, it's called MSG now. Monosodium messages, right? That is self-ish, not record a macro. And then here, we'll say if let sum name and text equal message dot, whoops. There we go. Now we can make a new message out of this thing, but then we could just map this, right? Well, we could do that, but we're not going to. And then we have the name here. And we have the text, and then we can push it there. There we go, right? Whee! Sunday's going really good, right? Now, you gotta remember to take some time off, though. Otherwise, you're gonna get all wonky like yours truly here. Okay, so now that we have a message done, back into our chat and back into our UI, and realize I took a wrong turn somewhere, and then back into main. There we go. Whew. What a journey. Okay, so now we're gonna look through the tags though, right? And then we do into iter. That means we don't dereference that one, although find will do that. Oh, that's a little bit annoying. Can we do like a take thing here? What about an any? No. What should we do here? So find will locate the item for us, but we want something more akin to take. Maybe we can do a position instead. So we get the position out of there instead. And we match on that. And if we have some position, then the name will equal to that. If it's none, then we go digging in the prefix. Like so. Okay, I think that's good. Although this is gonna complain about like taking, so we could do a remove here if this one gets all gripey about us indexing into this thing, because it's all about ownership at this point anyway. You have a domain when you use it. You have a domain and you're not afraid to use it, you know. Okay, so let's go look at the tags for this thing, right? Tag, baby, tag. Okay then. I don't know how we went that route to get there, but that's the name and that's the option name. So what's the name for this thing? Display name. So if the tag dot name. No, it can't do that either, right? No, that okay, that's cool, right? We don't need to do that. Display name. No field name on tag. Okay, it's the first one. I guess we could just do into iter here. Although that's not going to matter. No, if we convert that into an iter, yeah, that doesn't work. All right. That doesn't work. Okay, so this gives us the tag, and the one we're looking for is the first one. Okay, so that's going to give us an optional string. Yeah. So why are you griping at me for that one then? Expected an option string found a string. Oh, right, because the text. Ah, you silly goose. All right, so we're good. We're good. That's just going to be name. Like so, and then we're going to return some name text, right? When the text was what? It's just text, is it? Yeah, it is. Oof, what a journey. Okay, so this one is a string. Return, please. Okay, and now it does that. So we're just going to change that to remove, change those to whoops. Change that to remove, change the square brackets to fancy round brackets, make you mute the bubbles, and we're off to the races. Okay, right. What a trip. Okay, so if we do test here, there we go, right? Okay, and if we now ask for help, we should see both of the bots in here. Right, there you go. Okay, so that's how easy that was. Although the text is kind of going down from the top to the bottom. We don't really want that. We want the text to go from the bottom to the top instead. So let's reverse the flow of our text then, right? the first thing we have to do is change how we're adding the messages in our UI. So instead of pushing back, we push to the front. And now messages are being added in the other direction. So if we run this thing now, all right, test 1, test 2, there you go, all right. Comprende, ¿qué comprende? ¿Qué quieres? ¿Qué haces? ¿Qué dices? ¿Qué todos? All right. So we're just pushing messages on there. Now, it would be nice if we could do something else. Let's make this thing feel a little bit more like IRC-like, since we're going to run it up here. So let's hop into our witch box here. I'm going to cargo run this. So we should be getting that up here now. And we can get an idea for how big a message is going to be. Now we can see that the username is a little bit long because Enrico had to be a little bit special. So we could split this off in a fashion where we truncate this by saying that we have a horizontal stack, we have a container which has a height of 1, which means we truncate any word wrapping that will happen on the username. It has a width of, let's say, 15 maybe. And then we're going to put the message username here. And then after that, we're just going to put the message itself like so. If we want to be a little bit fancier about this, we can add a little bit of a divider here. So let's put everything inside a border. All right. But now it's going to look a little bit weird because the border wraps every single message. So instead, let's say that the border only has a right side. Like so. There we go, right? Oh, no, that's stupid. The border should be here. There we go, right? So now we make it a little bit better, right? Okay, we can definitely give Enrico a little bit more space to exist. The Enrico pal. Hello, pal. How you doing, buddy? You became the Enrico pal. We could do this, and then we add a little bit of padding to this as well on the right side of just 1. There we go. No, you know what? Let's add it on the left side instead, and we add it to the message instead. Like so. You know what? That makes this thing make more sense. Whoops. Oh, that's why. It's not without issues. Come on, man. I ain't your guy, friend. Hello, Noctua. How you doing? Hello, Colin. It reflects your Rust skills. Okay, so this is kind of working, but I wonder if we're giving too much space to the usernames there. Now, I want you to be able to express yourself with your beautiful choices in colors and your names, right? So let's see if we can get that working. So let's add a color to the username. We can stop the program there. We're running it in the top corner now. Man, that did not take long. Okay, who's atting me again? Stop atting me. I'm rusting. You love red. Okay, so where is the color inside the name? So we need a hex value here. Okay, let's do this. Let's have a function here that we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this better. I don't love this. I love you, but not this. I think the issue, well, the issue here is that we end up kind of, we want to sort of take ownership of this thing, right? So we want to get stuff out of the tags, but we want ownership of it. But let's use remove instead, right? So let's have one for color that takes a mutable reference to self instead, and it returns an option of a hex value. I think that's what we want. And we have the text that returns the option of a string. And then we have the nickname that also takes a mutable reference to self and returns an option of a string. I think this is a little bit nicer. So let's start by doing that. Nickname, df bracket. Thank you. All right, we don't care about that. We do care about this. So we do tags as mute, and then we're looking for the name or the prefix. And if we get that, yeah, hex needs to be brought in here. Then we're just going to return the name, right? Like so. That's mute bubbles. Okay, yeah, implement the rest. So we're not getting the message here. We can do that by just calling text. Then we say let some text equals message.text, else return. Like so. A little bit too much spacery over there, right? Ah! I goofed up somehow. And then we're going to have nickname. No, not just name. Let's call it name, not nickname, right? Nickname. There we go. Okay, you good? No, you're not. You have too many brackets in your life. Now you should be good. Didn't I not save that? You are now. Ownership. Okay, so mute. Actually, as mute will suffice just as well, right? Take. There we go. Ooh. Okay, now the color I don't know. I don't know the color. But we will undo this so I can get that. That's all I want. Okay, whoops. And then the text will be some text. Easy. Okay, what is the command here? Well, we can do this for the text. So we take ownership when we grab the text, and then we don't for the other stuff. Then the text has to be at the end. Oh. Like so. And then we have color. Otherwise, we'll return hex white. Now, I don't think that works. No. There's no hex white in there. But what we could do is we could do hex from 255, 255, 255. Whoopsie doodle 5. Y ya está. Expected. No, that's not how this works. Okay, we'll match. Match on message.color. And if we have some color, then I guess we could make the hex optional. I didn't even know if Anathema supports that. Then we just use the let color. We're going to change the spelling. I understand this upsets people. Sorry. Okay, and then we're just going to add that to here. So color option hex. We might run into a bug now. Or not. Typical American. Can't be helped, right? They beat everyone to the punchline when it came to spelling of color in programming. Not a fan of match. A match killed my parents. A match would make this longer. I think you misspelled color. Prevan was misspelling color all the way to Sunday. It can't be helped, right? I think he thinks he's on the other side of the water, right? Okay, but jokes aside, I think this is it. Now we just have to finish the implementation of the color, which is also a tag. So we should be able to do this, but instead of getting the hex value here, well, why don't we make a function for a tag then? Is this nice? Do we want this? Yeah, come on in. Just a second. So, right, we've had the floor ripped up down here, and we've had this machine, this fan, on for 2 weeks now to dry the whole thing out. There's holes drilled into the concrete to put sensors in there. They're lost, and over 2 weeks has passed, so the floor should be dry now. So we can go and get a new floor again and install it. And guess what? The floor is just covered in water. The sensors are covered in water. We've paid so much money to fix this, and it hasn't fixed the issue. And I said to the wife, I said, I think I'm ready to go back to programming now. I think I can deal with all the constant barrage of bad things that are happening. I think I can deal with chats being various levels of intrusive and constantly questioning me and all these things. I think I can deal with this now. So why don't we have a nice Sunday stream? Oh, yesterday I was feeling good. Yesterday I was like, yeah, you know what? I think I'm ready to go back. I think we can do programming again. I think things should be fine. Oh, yeah, it's water. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Temporis. I missed that. Ah. Hello, Gressam. Yeah, the whole floor is covered in water. Well, I got some slippers in here, so I can get out of here without stepping in the water. But you can see the air bubbles where the water is sinking into the concrete. It's just been like sanitized, disinfected, and everything. And I genuinely don't know what to do at this point, right? I must have jinxed this somewhere along the way. Okay. There we go. Clearly not. Temporis, I don't know what I'm talking about. Build a well inside the room. No, I don't think that's a good idea. Just put rice there. That would work. Life finds a way. Yeah. We found the remnant bosses easy yesterday. Programming on stream feels trivial and the wet floor doesn't matter anymore. No. Why is this happening? And why is that not showing up in my chat? Oh yeah, it is, but it's not. Wait, what am I missing here? Let's send a test message. Okay, it was just at the bottom. All right, sorry. The chat on my other screen, chat is at the bottom, and on this screen, the latest chat message at the top. Right. No, it's toilet water, Enrico. That's what makes it so delightful, right? It's like there's a toilet down here. Well, there was a toilet down here, and when you flush the toilet upstairs, water gets pushed up into this toilet, which was the problem. So we paid a lot of money to have pipes rebuilt and everything, and we had new floors put in and everything. Luckily, the floor and that damage was covered by insurance. But the insurance company was just here and ripped up the new floor. Well, luckily, I suppose, we didn't put down the new floor. We're going to go and get a new floor. We just had to wait 2 weeks for the dehumidifier and the fans and everything to dry it all out. But that's not going to happen now because it's all covered in water again. So it has to be disinfected. At least we'll have to rip up another floor. But I do start to feel like I'm being tested at this point. All right. At this point, it's like maybe I kicked the puppy in a different life. I don't know, man. I don't know. It was something definitely happened. All right. So let's get a tag. So we're going to remove this tag like so. That's going to be the tag. And we could just do a match here. This becomes the tag name. Then if we have a position, then we remove that. That is some. We could do get mute and take, but remove is fine. Otherwise, this is a... Well, actually, what we do here is we do this. There we go. And then we do a tags remove like so. So now we can get the tag, yeah? Okay. Okay, there's no point crying about it. Let's just just move on. Next thing. It's not a bus pipe. It's some blockage somewhere, even though... So the thing is, this... I can't say this for sure. I shouldn't talk too much about this. The likelihood of the company who fixed it watching the stream is low, but I shouldn't get into details of it anyway, right? But I do suspect there's a chance that they might not have done what they're entirely supposed to have done. Toilet lime tea water, indeed. It does suck. I think it's more the second one, that the new pipe... Well, it's not a new pipe. There's a fix, but I think the fix might not be fixed. Reverse chat is weird. Should we not have reverse chat then, right? Should we have non-reverse chat? But again, why is... Yeah, okay, we'll fix that. That's easy enough to fix. All right, hang on. There we go. So now we fixed the thing. Okay, so then we just have to get a tag. So that's gonna be let's have a look at the Twitch IRC tag for color. It's just gonna be color then, right? Sad that they don't include that. And then we have to translate that into something. We'll get on with it. Okay, let's try to see if we can just run. Now here, we could effectively fetch the backlog when we start this. But that will replay events. Actually, I don't want to fetch the backlog. I would have liked to fetch the message backlog, but not the other stuff, right? It's a YouTube short. I'm sure I'll survive. All right, fine. You know what? I click it. I click it just for you. What AI generated bullshit is that? Yeah, I'm gonna be a little bit reserved in how I express my disdain for this before so I don't say something that isn't quite right. The OG vid, if you say so. I don't know what that means. Yeah, now it works like regular chat. It's C. It is. Okay, so let's just get this. The color's gonna be a string. I don't know what that would be. Let's just do this for now. No? Oh, right. Now that doesn't work. That means we have to make you into a string. But at least we can see it now. So let's restart you. Go to our index and let's put the color here. Like that. Oh yeah, okay. Sorry. That's not gonna work. There we go. So okay, that's how the color comes out. Can we do that without having to... Can we just do something like text foreground? Yeah, look at that. Easy solve. No, that's all right, Temporis. You should ask because the documentation is lacking. Okay, so external supply children. I don't know what external supply children means. Can I loop over them and wrap them? I don't know what that means quite. I think Enrico, your name is too long. I'm not happy with the whips with the length of messages. Maybe that. Your name is too long, Enrico. Wow, how quick was this to get going? Should we have timestamps in there? No. Oh, reusable by using a placeholder. Right, you can. No, I think you're right, Diver. We don't need timestamps. Under third-party components in your book, it says you can make a component reusable by using a placeholder. Yes, but can I loop over the children supply to the placeholder and wrap them in something? Oh, damn, mate. I don't understand that. Why is it that I don't understand what you mean? I don't think badge is gonna work on Holy Diver because this is in text, right? So we're not gonna have... Yes, please do Temporis. I like to think that most things are doable, but I do need to see a little bit of something rather to get this. Okay, but I wonder what... Like, a message is gonna scroll up now. I don't think they're gonna scroll up. ASCII badges. How are you gonna translate something to an ASCII badge? We can get moderator badges and VIP, like moderator and VIP. We can do things for those maybe, but that's all we can do. So we put like a little M for the moderator and what have you. But I don't think there's much else we can do. We can do Unicode, right? Yeah, but Twitch doesn't use Unicode for the badges. All right, those are PNGs or whatever, right? Yeah, we can call it text instead, but yeah, let's do that then. But then we have to restart this. Why is your name so dark, Kafsi? That's not right. Does it help if we make this thing bold, maybe? Not really. Hmm. That's annoying. Bold was nice. There we go. Hello, Keeney. Yeah, it's just hard to read. Maybe we should have background black. Nah. And I don't want italic either. I just have to not read your name then. It's gonna be blurred out in my brain. But it doesn't look like that on here. So this is not quite the right color. I'm so surprised this worked from a string though. Alright. Okay. Twitch makes it readable. All right. Hello, Phil. How you doing? Yeah, I have to figure out what to do there. Let me just try. If we do background white, what is that? Ah! All right. It worked for Cavs, so we can do it maybe there. But then, yeah, let's not worry about it. It's just a name I can't read. I just assume it's Cavs, and we get right. Okay, so let's look at the porous question here. Right? Reusable component. So for every child in my children, then we do that using component ML, reusable component, my children text item, right? So do you want to iterate over these items in this component? Is that what you want to do? Let's build this thing, right? Yeah. So I think the answer is yes, you can do that, right? I'm just gonna do this. That has to be a vertical stack. And then we'll make a new. So that's reusable, right? So let's write you as templates reuse.aml, and then in our index, oops, in our index we want this. Okay, so let's register a reusable component. Wow, you are not even visible. That's just insane. Yeah, we have to do something. Okay, for now, I'll just make it. I just make this container have a black background. All right. I'm not loving this. Yeah, that's not good either. All right, that'll do for now. We'll get. We do one thing at a time. Okay, so. Okay, for every child in my children, and that is how we add placeholders, right? That's a slot. Let's have a look. Yes, so that's the name of the slot. So everything that is created here should get injected here, right? So we need a different component here, right? Component. Now, question, Temporus. Which component should iterate over the children? Should this guy be iterating over the children, or should this guy be iterating over the children? Should the reusable component be iterating over its children, maybe? I'm guessing it's the reusable one. And yeah, I'm pretty sure you can do that. I will do so shortly. Okay, and now we need to add overflow and a maximum buffer to here. Why is that doing whatever it's doing? Okay, hang on. Yeah, let's read your message. Okay, well, we'll get back to this thing. This thing's broken. Okay. To avoid want X, ask Y problem. The idea here is that, okay, I want to create a selection box component that I can define whatever children I like as UI bits, but keep the core highlight current item extracted into the selection box component. Okay. All right. Yeah. That shouldn't matter, but let's do that then. We don't need to store anything on there. Okay, so we have that. And to create a selection box that you can put whatever children you want in there. I don't know what highlight current item means, but okay, let's just do this. Something like this, where you can have a selected option for it. Like that. You sure are. Okay, now in our index, we have a reusable component, which we just named reusable component. Okay, let's just get this building now. So in our index, we're going to have a reusable component. Well, you said you might want to have many of them, right? So let's just do this. And then in the reusable, we have a VStack. Okay, there's something not right there. What did I miss? Message, no such file or directory. Is there no templates? There's a typo in there. Oh, reuse. Okay. Invalid token. That's not an invalid token. Oh, that is wrong. Okay. And that shouldn't be there. Okay, so that's how it is. Okay, right. Okay, so you have to specify what it is that you want in there, right? Okay, gotcha. Let's clear that concern. Wait, why is the other bot not responding? Yeah, that's fine. Oh, it's because it's case sensitive. Then we can just make that to... No, I don't imagine people would write with mixed case for some reason, but silly me. Let's do simple bun then. What's this done for? And then we have a get function. Okay. So we got this one running now. And we want to be able to go through all the items in there. I wonder if we should park the other bot for a bit. But yeah, I did, and I followed your advice and made all the games linkable to that website you recommended. Okay, so let's think about this now. When we can look at all the children in a selection box, right? So let's go here and let's grab the key event. Let's put a panic here just so I can see this work. Okay, there we go, right? Then our default... Ooh, Nelly, that's not right. Okay, let's go to... Runtime? No. There we go. So widgets. Whoops. $3.90. Okay, that's already set to false. So why is that not skipped? Why did I have to tab to that one? The index shouldn't have a tab index. As a template only. Did I test it though? Yeah. Okay, let's not worry about that one for now. Although it shouldn't. Bah, annoying. Okay, let's look at the runtime. So we should have a next going straight away. Next index is none. Current is none. And any except focus should be none. So are we calling this? Are we calling next when we create this one? That is the question. So tab index next needs to be called on the initial setup. Maybe init. Which comes from... No, that's not the right init. Oh no, we do call tab index next here. Okay, so why is that picking up the wrong component? Okay, it's not a biggie, but it's annoying. We'll get back to that one later. So this thing should have picked up the component already, but okay. So the question was... invert RGB. Yeah, I just have to then I have to do a lot of work to translate it into RGB, and because right now we're just using the string and it's parsing it to RGB. But we can do that. It's not an issue, right? I don't know. Maybe we have like a hex from string already. I'm trying to do too many things at the same time now, clearly. All right, so color. Can we do this? No. That is a try from for stir. Okay, so we could do that. No, get back here. Like so. Okay, now we can perform operations on the hex values, but we're doing one thing at a time. Well, clearly not. All right. So now we need to be able to select items here. So let's say if okay, we can do this. Match on key dog get car. Oh, come on, man. Where the flip did you go? There we are. Okay. So if that happens, then we need to get the number as well, right? Like that. Oh, right. No idea, Capsy. No idea. Also, you're watching this on a phone. You're very brave. So what we need to do now is we need to find the children to know which one should be selected. And this is going to get to what I think Temporis was actually looking for. Our ability to search through the tree. So first we need to give it something to search for. So whatever we put inside this V stack. Okay, let's just keep it simple for now. Well, this will be bad, but we'll keep it simple for now. That's no, that's right. I think we can do this. Now, unfortunately, I don't have a... Your computer isn't allowed to log in. Okay. That's brutal. Yeah, yeah. We do one thing at a time, Temporis. We can work around this. That's not an issue. It's more that we don't have an iter. Hello, Mr. Pie. And since we don't have an iter, it's an issue, right? So we're gonna make this thing mutable. It's a bit gross, but this is how we do it, right? If index is 0, then selected. Latest Firefox is not supported. Really, that's very bizarre, but that does not seem right. I've been using latest Firefox and I have no issues with Twitch. So that maybe is a plugin or whatever. I don't know. You didn't ask for help. I'm just musing out here. So now we have to select the element. So let's do something like attribute.set background to white. I don't know if we can do this. And then that should be the letter X. Okay, it did all of them. Um. Oh yeah, of course. Of course, it's gonna do all of them. Oh, idiot. Um. Yeah. No, still did all of them. Okay. Okay. So that worked. All right. But we're gonna get to your concern. Okay. So we can select now. Now, if we want to not use text, then we can do something else, right? We should be able to do. Oh, we can't do a query value from a bool. Can we do it for a number? Can we do it for a string? Okay, we just have to implement this for a bool then. Um, mm, this is a big to do here, say the rest of the types. So there we go. Okay, so I think we should be good now. So if we go into our index here and we say text border, and then we say option true here, and then we do option true here, and then here we do option true. There you go, right? So if you do it this way, it can work on everything as long as you make it selectable, right? Now the question is, can we publish this option back to the parent? If we make this option false, it shouldn't work. So we say false here. Well, whoops, did I say that? It should not be able to select the border now. It can still select the border. That's kind of awkward. Okay, yeah, I see why. We need a right-hand side. No, it needs to do this. But then we have to match on the other. There you go, right? So now we can skip that one. We can skip the one that is set to false. And if we change this now to say that we're only interested in the false one, we should just get the border. And we do. Okay. So now we can have optionally selectable items. It's very clunky. We could add an I each here that contains I where we don't need the counter anymore. That would probably be a lot nicer, but we're not there yet. Oh, I see, KFC. No, okay. Right. Now I understand what you mean. That is the what was it called? Rust Kawaii? Is that it? There's like a lot of these. It comes from here. Hang on. I'll share with you. I'll share this one with you. Wow, I write a lot of nonsense. There it is. No, that was the poorest message. There you go, KFC. It's I made fun of something some ridiculous person got upset about. It was so stupid, so I made fun of it. Right. Okay. All right. So it's not very graceful, Tamboris, but we can do it this way. But we kind of want to know. We don't want it to go outside, so we can fix that too. So we can say if the index is larger than or equal to the counter, then we have to reset that, right? Self.selected.replace counter -1, I think. Because otherwise we can just go all right, we can go past it, but I made that optional option to false. Let's say true here. Okay, it's a non-issue. I'm sure you can figure this one out if you want. Okay. There we go. Okay, what's the next thing to do here? So we can obviously, we're not going to refactor this. It's a lot of clunky bits in here, but let's not worry about it. This one is a little bit concerning though. So I thought that one would have been prevent us from, yeah, okay, cool. But all right, let's not worry about that too much. Let's now make this thing selectable, right? So if we get some B, then here, send the selected, send a value to the parent. Okay. Now, what value we send, I don't know. We could make this an attribute value, maybe. I mean, it depends entirely on what we're going to do, right? But we should be able to send from here. Can we send? No. I have to go and look at my own documentation for... It probably is in here, actually. Yes. publish. Publish and receive. Those are the ones we want. So we want to publish something from here, but we also need to, that means that we need to change the states here because it's the state that we publish, okay? So in our selection state, we can add a few different things in here if you want. I don't know what we're gonna add here. Let's have an index here, just because, right? Let's make it an option. Unless the clunkiness of this has put you off, though, right? Let's publish. Choice made. Okay. So now in our parent state, we can now capture the choice made. But before we do that, we have to set the state. So state dot selected is going to be equal to self dot selected into set. No. What do you call that? Index. Okay. Brain. So there we go. So we can, so pressing the B button is going to publish the state over to the parent component, right? So let's make the parent here. Struct parent comp, whoops. Comp, come on, hands. There we go, right? Parent. And now we have to implement the receive function for this. And then here, the state that we're getting, or the value that we're getting, is going to be value. Oh, that needs to be in the. Is that it? Value.to. Selected state. Selection state. And that's all we have to do to get that, right? Yeah, I think that they probably need to declunkify this quite a bit, but let's see if this works. That's probably an option. No, it isn't, because we know what we're getting. All right, this is what we have to do. If the ident is equal to choice made, right? The reason we check the ident here is because you could have other things publishing messages to this parent, right? So we're looking for choice made, then we're going to get the value, and then here we're going to add a state for the parent. So let's have a struct parent state. And it's just going to have an index, which is a value usize option. Everyone gets an option usize here. So the state for you is parent state. We can implement default for you and you. Then we can register this from default using the parent instead. And when we get a message here, we should be able to say value.index, or rather to ref. We want to get the value here from that one. So this is now an option of a usize, and then we're going to do state.index.set to this index. So we're transferring the index from one to the other. And that happens when I press B. So if I make a choice, let's just put a border text choice state.index, right? No, something is broken. Huh. X, B. No, it doesn't love it. Why is that not happening? We're publishing choice. Oh, right. Sorry, I'm an idiot. We're publishing choice made, but we are not accepting it here. So got choice, or rather selection changed. Okay, so now we have to map this to that. All right, and we do that in our index by saying choice made to what's this selected? We'll call it selection change. All right, we change to selected. There we go. All right. So running this thing, pressing X makes a selection for us, and pressing B sends the selection to the parent. Whew, all right. You could add multiple components, but I don't think you have to. So you want a component here, right? Like item, like that. Because this is a template that gets injected into this guy. Oh, that was such a disaster to make. Okay. Let's see what it would be required to make the each into an I each instead. So we do query here. We're calling for each here, don't we? Yeah. Maybe, but I would think it would be easier to call this a selectable, and that like that. And then here, well, selectables rather. But I don't know how we're gonna translate the. Yeah, I see what you mean. Actually. Yeah. You need a means to filter it, but I don't know. So this will look a little bit different. So let's try to implement that. Let's make a new template, selectable or item. Okay, that was already there. Okay, let's call it selectables here, and then item label item 1, 2, and 3. And selectable or option, we call it, right? Weird to call it an option, but I didn't say that, did I? Now we have to register that one as well, right? So we have to say builder. We're just adding a template now for item that goes to templates item ammo, like so. All right, that just worked. Okay. I don't know why I'm so surprised. I was expecting something to go wrong there for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, you're right. It would be nicer to have the item thing there. I think the each would be nicer as an I each as well. But that means we have to write 2 queries for this. We have to include the I. Or maybe we just do that always. No, that will break a lot. No, it won't. No one's using it. Okay. Could make it so components have an implicit children slot. I don't understand. So if a slot is specified, that's where children go. No, because you can have multiple, right? Let's say that you make an item or a selectable or reuse is what we call this thing, right? You might have something like this, right? Title. Whoops. Like that, right? But that's okay. What would that look like? Because that's just making one of these have a unique name, right? If a slot isn't defined, it's the same as you call it children. But no, we can't do that because we need to know. Okay, I think I see what you mean. So you're saying if we just add children to a component like this, it would be the same as calling it children. Is that what you're saying? So if we do this, it would be implied to have been called children. Yeah, I guess that could be done. You still need to have that. You still need children here. So this thing still has to be there. What happens if we do this twice? Okay. Okay, so it's only gonna it's gonna do it with all of them. Okay. You can do it. Okay, so for that to work, then we need to look at the component code where we go for slots. Now, there's I guess if we just define children, that's fine. It just means that the scope that we deal with here, this scope has to Yeah, we can do that. Create a new scope. So next slot does that. And then that. So, okay, it's not here. This is not where this is happening. The scope, the slot is somewhere else. This is creating the slots. So we want this to work. So we need to imply, let's do this and make sure this still works. Yeah. So to get this to work, then this is... This is evaluating the component itself. But when we use the component, it's a scope for that, right? Yes. So where do we deal with that? Hello, Zeta. Not, not much. Nothing good is up. Okay. Oh, I can't do that. So this, where does this fit into? Just find this then. Oh, there's gonna be a lot of that. Okay. A component. Okay, this is this it maybe? Yes. All right. Okay, no. Really? Okay, here's the eval. Yeah, we get it. So that does indeed do this. Okay, so we could do, we have to default this one here, right? So this is the scope that we take here. This is the scope that contains the children, right? And if we don't have a slot, we have to assume one exists. It's a whilelet. So we could try. No, this doesn't work, Temporas. Actually, we have to do this. This becomes the rule. If the next, what are we getting here? Statement is not a slot ID, then assume children and still try to take the scope. That's how we have to do it. And what happens if you have a slot of you have children within. Oh, what happens then? Nothing. You can't. Okay. That's a non-issue. There we go. Okay, so we need to make the slot ID here. And then we have the next scope, what we call take scope here. Then we need a slot ID for children. And how do we create a slot ID? By calling next slot. Uh, uh, hmm. No, this is where we already have the slot. We have to make the slot. This, is this a test? Yeah. Yeah, so this is not it. Okay, so parsing a component slot then. Where does the ident come in here? Read ident. That gives us a string ID. Okay. Oh, that has already been made. Okay, so we just have to hard code it into the strings. But do we have access to those here? Suddenly because this is the first time we run into having a predefined value for this, right? Okay, that's since it's just a string, right? All right, where does the strings exist? Probably they exist. They probably exist on the context. They do. So let's make a new one of these. We'll stop that from existing. We'll make it new, and then we're gonna make one for children here. So we start off with this. I think storage is always empty. Yeah. Really? Okay, so hang on. There is a push. No, we want to get the string ID for this. Okay, so then this becomes a special case. Hmm. Hello, Harriet. Yeah, it's going all right. How you doing? How you doing? So we need a string IDs, the string ID for this that we get here, right? Yes. This is the one that we need to preserve. Wow, this is awkward. Oh hell no. No. This is in the absolutely the wrong place. Oh my god. Okay. Oh man. Okay, so we're gonna panic here while we work around this. There we go, right? On Rustox. All right, nice. So we need to do this for the context. Maybe let's see where the context is actually created, because I think there should be only one context for this. Let's find out where this is made. This is only made when we compile. However, we might compile in multiple locations. So, okay, let's fix the strings things. Where do you come in? Maybe we need a custom string with constants, right? Yeah, because that can happen elsewhere. Okay, so we just have to make a few leaps back, right? But I think we're there now. There was already strings. Hmm. It's all right. I don't mind doing this. I'm just getting one step closer to release. Why can't I do that? There's no storage there. All right, let's look at the context then. It's not there. Oh, it's strings. Okay, then we should have our own strings. Like so. You don't exist. You do. You can all go away. All right, there we go. Okay, we're almost there. Oh, I thought I changed that to empty. Well, I did now. Empty. There we go. And empty. There we go. No, 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 no. New it should be. And we should use the different strings. So let's get rid of you or change you to create strings. There we go. So now we can have constants. We can re-export the string ID here. Like so. Do we have that there yet? Clean that up. And then this one gets a different, like that. Okay, so we need to add push. Okay, string like that. Oh, can't go to the definition. Thank you so much for the sub, Kabeja. Thank you so much. Okay, parse expression probably need the right one here. There we go. Okay, all right, mutable. Yeah, document's fine. We just need a get ref unchecked on strings. And this thing. Oh, can we use this? Hello, Fallon. How you doing? Yes, we can. That means that these have to be public. There we go. I think that might have done it. That might have gotten us around the bend so we can now have children by being able to ask for children specific. All this just because I am stupid. Okay, so this one. Okay. Can have. I already have children. You'll get there too one day. You'll ruin your life. Don't worry about it. There you are. Okay. Now, we can just uncomment that. Okay, let's see if this works now. No. Why don't you work? Is that a typo? Okay, let's debug this eval component. Well, let's just panic here. That'll do the trick. Yep. So we're hitting that one. Okay, so we have the slot there. We take the scope. Let's panic this one as well. We might as well put a breakpoint there. Okay, does this still work if we do this though? Or did I break something else? No, this works fine. Okay. We should probably write a test for this. There's no slots in the test. Fine. Okay, let's set a breakpoint on that one and see if that's where we end up. That should be 0. Yeah. Ooh, no, that's fine. No, there is nobody there. Wait, no, that is correct. Huh. Come on, man. Why is it empty? Doing all right, Root. How you doing? I think if you look at John Carmack, he didn't really have much of a long hair thing going on, did he? So the longer hair you have, the more of a poser you are, right? I'm just saying. You're a game dev poser. Well, I'm not doing game dev. I'm just posting us again. You found out. Damn it. Okay, so why is the scope empty? Oh shit. That's it. That contains the scope that... Ah, right. So that is just the scope. No. Damn it. I do, but I did buy some new clothes yesterday that I refuse to wear on stream. It's things I wear outside when it's really warm, but not on stream. I mean, it's not it's a singlet, right? But I would never wear a singlet on stream. Maybe if it gets really blistering warm one day. Or if I want to look like what was it? What's his name? Dermot from. Oh man, what was it? What's it called? If I want to look like Dermot, right? Wasn't it Dermot? There you go. If I want to sport this look on stream, then I'll wear a singlet. Okay, so I see an issue here. This scope here. All right, Temporus, what should this mean? No. Actually, it's like this. Else. I think that's the right thing to do. Fine, it wasn't. No, hang on. I think this might work now. Yeah. Wow. Did you ever watch Keeping Up Appearances? Do I know what's sad? Priven. I don't even know where to begin answering that question in my current predicament. I will commit this now. I don't know if all tests are... No, we have some broken tests in here. Let's get those working first. Strings are pretty ingrained in there, aren't they? What is this? What am I listening to? This sounds very... Amorphous. Death of a King. There you go. Come on. Mierda. Finally. Oh man, so much is broken. uh, ooh. All right. I was in your stream before you created a Twitch account. The reason Skylar is a mod, if and so I'm gonna give you guys the honest answer. The reason Skylar is a mod is because some guy was saying something to her in the chat, and I didn't want to get involved, but I didn't want to leave Skylar defenseless either. So I just gave Skylar a hammer in case they felt like they didn't like where the conversation was going. Okay. Skylar's a mod because she has skill issues. That's the one. See, I didn't want to get involved in the conversation, but I could read from your comments that you weren't entirely comfortable with the conversation. So I thought I'd just give you a hammer. And if you think the person looks like a nail, then just go to town, right? That's the only reason Skylar is a mod, and I just haven't unmodded Skylar. It turns out the person was perfectly nice in the end, right? So Game Duel did not go well, Freefall. It was a game from 2021 that I had never heard of before. Crab race or whatever. I don't know. But they asked for it. Now that was in response to what they were doing to me. Okay, when someone annoys me, and I will react to that. But when someone annoys someone else, it's not my responsibility, right? No, me neither, Temporis. Hopefully for good reason. Maybe we need to look into Skylar's whereabouts during the time of his disappearance. Okay, so I have goofed up here, but I know why this is wrong. It's because we're expecting all string ID is going to be offset by 1, right? Well, I don't know. You could have used the bot, Skylar. Okay, so let's start finding where these string IDs are. So it's going to be in statement parser, where we're looking for string IDs. We can probably start from array index, right? Yeah, so that should be 1 for all of these. It's a nuisance, but it is what it is. Why is that not supposed to be 1? Oh, because function is 1 and A is 2. That's why. Everything else is fine. We probably need to go a little bit further up. No, we're good. Key, that's Easy enough. Yeah, this is it. So all the failures are kind of easy to correct for. I'm going to write a little note at the top of these tests as well. Cool. Almost there. Okay, we'll do a copy of this thing. Wait, why are you griping? Shit. When do I run system updates after the stream is over? So I usually do it when I start the stream. So I start the stream and then I run a system update in the process, which is why there's very little to update. So yeah, that's that's what I do, but probably not what I should do, right? Um, Sorry, brain's a little bit cooked by everything. I was feeling so bloody good today. I was like, man, we're gonna get some programming done. It's gonna be amazing. Everything's just so good, and then bullshit. And I'm like, come on, man. Surely at this point we must be bloody done with it, right? Come on. Okay, so why is this thing griping? It's panicking here. That's okay. All right, this one should panic. So I don't know why I'm not, but you know. Yeah, I like to update OBS while it's running. Hopefully all the things are loaded into memory though, so we're fine. All right, this one is designed to fail, so that's okay. Hmm. Is the component exhibiting the same behavior? This isn't the right test, is it? No. Okay, we'll deal with this one first. Yeah, all right, so we should be good here once we do this. Okay. Yeah, the tests aren't too bad. It's just everything's just been offset by 1 because the string IDs. So it's not really a biggie. The binding is wrong. So really easy to fix this test. Ugh. Parse attributes. There it is. Should probably make the test better. Well, that's because we don't have a context and string IDs and stuff here. That's why we can't do that. Uh, this will probably be. I might just merge it now. This will be on the same branch that you're using. Okay. Okay. The date. Yeah. We're not that far off now. Ducks. Wait, not ducks. Yes, ducks. Oh, hang on. This one needs to get a bump. Yeah. Okay, we're good. Whew. All right. 2 tests left to do. Parse single instruction and parse text. All right. There is an intentional failing test in here, so there's one, and that's the only one we care about leaving. Okay, so let's patch this in. Yes, to that, to that, to that, to that, to that. These are all the tests that have been updated. Yep. Yeah, we added bool there. We need to add the rest of the types. So we'll do that after we push this. All right, the branch you're looking for is state naming. We haven't renamed that yet, but we will. Mm. Okay. Oof, hello, Mohammed. Yeah, it's just git commit dash p. Okay, should we add the rest of the types? So we have wow. Okay, so we need float. Oh man, could this maybe be a macro? All right. Can't do that. Well, we're gonna have to type it out anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It's fine. Could do a 2 value. No, forget it. So that's float. What about car? And hex. Null is not worth checking. I think these are the ones. So we need to add car. Hex. Color. Fine. Kind of copied the wrong thing there, didn't I? There we go. Okay, so that's that then. Okay, you can probably pull it now, Tempe, and it will work, hopefully. Now we need to do something about the chat, because that's a bit ropey. The branch name is feature state naming. The reason it's not merged into the dev branch yet is because there's a bug with floating widgets somewhere that I need to unpack. Oh no, ask away. We just need to get to the next thing. I drank coffee today. Isn't that exciting? Should we make an input field so we can chat from it? But then you would be chatting like the bot. I don't want to do that, right? What do you mean, Janelle? Okay, so we need an overflow in here to work. You mean everything? Oh well. Okay, let's see if we can deal with the overflow issue. Right, let's stop that from working. Let's go into demo. I'm gonna butcher this one now. Temporis, do you need to see this code before I throw it away? Do you need any of this code? You got the gist of it. Okay, because I'm gonna completely forget about this. How all of this works. Okay. Never throw code away. Oh, well, we're about to. Actually, let's do this thing, right? Okay. Throwing away code is fine. Okay, now what is it that I'm checking again? Overflow, right? There we go. So let's have some struct called messages here. We'll just make it strings. Like so. Now, if we press a button, we just add a message. Okay. Right. Let's add a number to this as well. Right. But when we get to the end, that's it. So really what we want, let's make this a little bit shorter. That's it. Now we want overflow here. Okay, there we go. Problem solved. But why did it look so weird before? All right, I don't know. It just works now. Oh, okay, so then that's all we have to do for this to work, right? Make it an overflow, change it to pushback, and we're done. No, it places it at the top. That's what it is. So we want to change the direction to back for this to work. No. There we go. That's the one we want. Okay, cool. Hello, Ghost. What's going on? We're building some Twitch chat integration. So what we called push front or push should be push front now. And in the template, we should have an overflow which has a direction of back. I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So that's our Twitch chat built, right? Easy. If it works, don't fix it. Well, how else are you gonna get it to be something you have to work on again? Should we take a short tea break before we implement the next thing? So I can wade into the pond that is my downstairs. And my heart can break a little bit extra. Oh, come on, Skylar. Did you have to ruin it? Not yet implemented. Come on, Skylar. Right. We got an event. There we go. We'll fix that. We have to do something about the colors, right? No, this is fine now, right? I was jumping around between a lot of things. I remember that code from Cat Peasant. We were playing Shadowrun on stream. But we gotta do something about the names because Kef's name is invisible. No, Kef's name is not invisible. Unholy Diver's name is invisible, and Kaf's name is hard to read. So we're gonna do something about that. Oh, is it? Is the reason? Is this like a dark mode, light mode thing? Is that why? You choose my exact background color. That is okay. I didn't know you could choose color specifically on Holy Dive. Okay, so let's do a. I don't know what we're gonna do with events though. Ah, turbo. All right. 15 fortunes. 15 German fortunes. That's what it costs, right? All right, let me go and put the kettle on. Hang on to your socket. Ah, this is gonna be unbearable. So when the first incident happened, I could at least close the door to the bathroom, but they've taken the door away. So the moment I open that door, oh, the smell. Oh, okay. Hmm. Oh yeah, we've called them, right? Or the wife has called them to see if anyone can come around and deal. But oh, okay. No, I thought you meant like a plumber, right? There. So, all right, the tea should be ready. But come on, watch. Are you shitting me? Are you broken now? No. Okay, hang on. Whew. Gotta hold my breath when I move around in the house now. Hmm. All right. What happened to the music? Well, what happened to the music I was enjoying there? There we go. Okay, so the Twitch chat thing seemed to be working. We should do something about events as well. What window freefall? There are no windows in that room. Since always freefall. Says the day I was born. That might not be true. Okay, so let's do something cool though, right? We had scar symmetry earlier, and we had amorphous. Now it's normally that's scar symmetry as well. Children of Bodom as well. What do I mean? No window. Okay, I will illustrate this with some drawings. Okay, these are the stairs going down into. This are the stairs. They're pretty good, right? All right, well, maybe not go overboard. And then here's the room. Here is the toilet, which is broken. There should be a door here, but there isn't. Okay. Here's another room. Here's a door in another room. And here's a door, and this is the room I am in, with a little fireplace and the little nook thing here. Actually, that's the other way around, right? And this thing here has leaked water all the way out here, okay? And there are no windows in this room. Only Linux. Oh, wait, don't we have the InfiniBoard thing? That's horrible. Well, I don't see you drawing any bad. I'm kidding. All right, sorry, spelling. Who's gonna deal with it? Well, I'm waiting for you to come and do it, Freefall. Why are you still in chat? Now, we have to. Okay, I'm gonna steer away from this topic because I have post-it notes here that tells me to not get stuck on these things, right? Because no one's watching this stream to see someone cry about the bullshit. Okay, you're watching this stream to see me fail at other things. We paid a bunch of money to a bunch of useless fucking assholes. I can say that now because now I know that they are shit, okay? So what they did was what we asked them to do, but they didn't tell us that's not what we should have done, okay? So the insurance company said, your bloody blah is too bloody blah. And we're like, okay, fuck it. You have to fix it. We're not paying for it. And I'm like, okay, fine. So we told the plumbing company that the insurance company is not paying for this. So we have to pay for it. So we want a sensibly priced solution to our problem because we don't have a lot of money. So the company came back to us and said, we can do this. Now, we stupidly didn't do our own research into what had to be done. We thought, okay, if that's what you're saying that you can do, then I guess that's what you have to do, right? Nah, don't worry about it, Phil. This is fine. So we gave them a wad of money, like, here. And they're like, oh, thank you for money. We're just going to do something completely meaningless to your pipe now that will not fix the issue. But we thought it did fix the issue. So I was very surprised when the issue came back. Now, there's been a long time between the issues, right? So there was a lot of time happened, and then the issue where the toilet just exploded, right? And we had to tear up all the floors and everything. So they came and they did something with the pipes, they flushed it out or whatever. And we're like, all right, cool. So now it's going to be at least another 6 months or a year until we have to do this again. It was 2 weeks, just over 2 weeks. And the issue happened again. Luckily, we didn't put in a new floor, but I think we're just not going to put in a new floor here and use the money from the insurance company to buy that's going to cover a floor. We're just going to have to use that money to pay as part of getting the plumbing thing working, right? But I was about to walk away from streaming out of frustration. And the thing that gets me, Phil, this has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about that, buddy. The thing that gets me, right, is that yesterday, like last night, I sat down with the wife and I said, like, we need to do something about our life situation, right? And she goes, yeah, it'd be nice, right? So I said, what do you need? And she said, I don't know. And I said, okay, well, how about I do something nice for you every day? Whatever, right? It's not important. And in return, you make sure that I'm working, okay? You don't let me slack off one bit. No YouTube videos, no nothing. You're on my case like an angry wife from the 60s, right? Like every time you see me sit in the sofa, you check if I'm working or not, right? Because we gotta get this going, okay? And I thought, okay, this could work, right? I can finish off my projects and then I can figure out what to do with my life career-wise or whatever, right? And then this happened and it is so soul destroying to be in this situation, right? Where you're just about clawing yourself out of a hole already. So I didn't get into like the history of like the burnout and all that shit, right? We're not gonna do that. But I just felt like I was clawing myself out of this fucking darkness that's been on me like a rash, right? And I have not programmed, didn't want to program. I hate the programming on stream. And then I started doing programming off stream and I felt like, wow, okay, programming's fun. This is good. And I started playing games on stream instead, knowing that that's not the content people are here for. Neither is this. So I'm going to cut this short. It's not the content people are here for. We're going to get back into programming. And I thought today's the day I get back. But I feel like I want to put my fist through some IKEA furniture for the catharsis of the whole thing, right? No other reason. I don't particularly hate IKEA furniture, but they're kind of made of nothing, so they don't hurt your fist like an oak bookshelf would do, right? Anyway. Here we are, right? The thing is what the thing is, right? There's nothing else to it, right? So we should just move on. But yes, I don't know, man. I don't know. And I was in such a fucking bad place. I was in a bad place. My head would go where I don't want it to go, right? The moment your brain starts down the path of thinking in lines of you deserve something or like something extrinsic is unfair, you're fucked, right? You cannot stay there. The moment you think that something from the outside that you cannot control has a bad impact on you, I'm using the terms loosely. If you want to fuck around with that statement and go somewhere else and be a contrarian, go fuck yourself, right? No, I'm kidding. Laugh it off. Don't take it seriously. And people mean well. That's the one, right? This is what I gotta remind myself of, okay? Anyway. Yeah, so, alright, nobody cares. Let's move on. Let's build some event stuff. But if we're gonna have events turning up here, which this is working surprisingly well, right? If we're gonna have events here, then we need to be able to sort of swap between different screens, right? Oh yeah, now this is a non-issue. Every downfall comes with an uptick. Either that or you die, right? So there's always an uptick. I just waiting for the uptick, right? Waterhole, get out of here. If you punch through an oak bookshelf, you might just break your face. I don't think might is the right word here. I think you will definitely break your fist. If you punch through solid oak, you will break your fist. Right? It took a sudden turn. It did. But now we're back to this. All right. This is where the happy fun thing is. Now, what if we did something like this, right? Now, we don't have a switch statement here, but it would be nice if we did. So let's pretend that we do that. I don't love this. No, this kind of feels gross. It's not too gross, but it's a little bit gross, right? But in reality, we can't do that just yet. So we're going to say if scene is equal to 1, then chat else event, or else if state.scene is equal to 2. Okay, so let's make a new template called chat.aml and put a camel on there. How you doing, random? How's tricks? How's your life? All right, learn to be stoic. Is that the phrase? Maybe. How well does Overflow handle 10 million messages? Not a problem, none whatsoever. But it's a good point. We should probably have a maximum number of messages, right? What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So let's say 50 messages then, right? UI. There we go. What am I cooking? I'm building this now. The Twitch integration in the chat. Oh, someone was gonna catch on to that little typo, weren't they? You sneaky scoundrel. Okay, so we can do this easily. Let's see if we can maybe build some kind of animation thing on here. I don't know. Not having colons in the switch pattern feels wrong. The whole switch thing felt wrong though. A shite function indeed. You're a Python, enjoy it, simple. You don't have to be ashamed of it, okay? There are many of you out there. Okay. Dozens of you. Python is great. There you go, right? Okay, so what should we do here? We need to have templates chat.aml. Oops. Okay, then we have that. Then we need to have a new template event.aml. Look, it's an event. Okay, now we need to make these exist. Eee. There you go. Okay, then we're gonna get this one to be not component, but index, like so. What a stupid name. We don't need a use size for that. It's not I in default, right? Okay, but the chat thing didn't work. That's because we didn't give it anything. So let's make that happen. Comp should be chat then. Chatty chat 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 the chat. Still no chat. Oh yeah, it is chat. Wee. Much chat. Okay, and then we'll make it move to event. Wow, there's a lot of words here. Are you gonna integrate Twitch and 7TV? I don't we have that already? I don't know this blog, Freefall. Now, forget the speed of Python, Holy Diver. You don't choose Python because it's fast, right? So if we make Python faster, it's beneficial, but Python is fine the way it is. Yes, it could be more performant, but in the same way, a push bike is fine the way it is. You're not going to take it to a car race. That would be foolish. 100 minus 1. What? Is it too long or is it an edge case? What is too long? This is true. Why is that not displaying? Why is what not displaying? The ones. What ones? Hello, Danaka. I don't know what you mean. The ones? I see 100 minus 1 and I see 100 minus 1 here. The ones and say, okay, you guys are not making sense. The numbers, Mason. What numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4. You can't point to something I can't see and say, why is it not displaying, right? Numbers. Oh, all right. I gotta read this post-it now before I throw you out. Okay, I'm good. Look at your Twitch chat. Okay, hang on then. Twitch.tv togglebit chat. Okay. All right. Print the message that is not showing so I can see what is not showing. Testing. Okay. I can. How's it going, Peter? Some elaborate trolling, possibly. Well, I can't help you there. Skill issue. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Well, you're done trolling me, so we'll just look at your Twitch chat. Why don't you look at your Twitch chat? I understand. It's all right. What are we making today? We're making Twitch chat integration. Well, it's some kind of herpes, Tanaka. Don't fall for it. What was I thinking about doing now before I got sandbagged by Twitch chat trolling me again? What are we listening to? Parasite Inc. I've not heard those before. Twitch chat won't tell you anything. Be like, you're looking at it, right? You're looking at it right here. OnlyFans. Yes. And now we're gonna try something else, right? Now, automod does not trigger on that one, Bonin. I would have seen automod's things pop up. It's not an automod. Okay, so we got some kind of inputs here. Now we need to get events, right? And the question is, how are we gonna do events? So Danaka, buddy, can we disable the Twitch stuff from your bots? Because we get double bot messages now. We get double bot. But only for Twitch, and it's only running. It's not running when the way yours is running, right? It's just doing things, right? But I made it, and it's only for Twitch. It doesn't do Discord, right? Because I felt guilty every time the bot was down, which is not frequently, but every time it was, I felt guilty poking you about it, right? So in the end, I think if I just bang up my own, I can just restart it if something's wrong, right? I mean, it's up to you, right? It still works on Discord, right? Who uses I do, but that's only to add custom commands, right? But it's a good bot, though, right? I don't want you to like throw the bot away or anything like that, right? Didn't know it was a bot on Discord. Just type /crate and you get banned. Well, not anymore, but it was give you a ban message, which was funny, right? No, it's a bone. Sometimes Twitch is just being like that, right? It could just be a Twitch thing. Fair enough. Hello, Destrin. No, yeah, it's just Twitch being Twitch, right? Okay, so can we do something about some kind of animation thing? Okay. That's the stream going forward now. No, we were like this before Rust. Yeah, reconnect and fail recovery is a pain, right? Is that an endorphin release? I wish, Scott. A brain dolphin. Seems all right, though. Can you copy and paste that message, Bone? Okay, so what should we do for like an event thing? Can we maybe like see that works perfectly fine. You can send binary all day, every day. But luckily, we don't have to send binary messages like that anymore. We can just, translate the binary into ASCII characters and then maybe some Unicode in there as well, right? And ASCII nonsense should appear. Oh, it's not a bad idea, Zucchini. Can we do like a slide up thing and then down again? Like a pop over, maybe? Yeah, and that would give me a reason to fix the floating widgets. Okay, I think we can do that. Okay, let's so I haven't really done much with animations, but let's build animations into this thing though, right? So let's keep everything chat instead. Well, we can keep I'll forget it. Let's not bother. Mm, no, this is not how I want it to work. Can we change the height instead? I think this is what we do. And we're not using index anymore. Okay. Come on, man. Okay. Why is that not working? There we go. That's fine because it doesn't have anything to do with that. Well, let's go with that instead so we can just do that. All right. And it keeps the message there. Oh, tune. Light the torch by Soilwork. All right, I'll take that off. Okay. Very good. Okay, so we just need the event pop up to do something. So we need some kind of animation state for this. Let's make an animation. All right, so tick. Oh, we got a duration as well. Even better. Okay. You're a soy boy. Okay, so we can just advance animation and then we need to know what state we should. We need a way to go through different states, right? So let's say that we give it two closures, right? One for the first state and one for the second state. But then that they have to return. We could probably just return a bool, right? So here we should be able to do something like and then we say if the state dot event height and then we just return that. So that one returns a bool. Uh yeah, that doesn't work, does it? Mm. Yeah, I don't know, Tanaka. I was gaming yesterday with Temporus. What do you want to game? But I have one request that we game something that you don't already know inside out, right? If you have a game that we can go into blind, metaphorically speaking, I'm totally up for it, right? Because otherwise, you already know so much about the games that we play, so it just feels like I'm just getting instructions from you and not understanding the game, right? And then I want to play something where we both have to explore the game for the first time, right? If you have a game like that, then I'm on board, right? Okay, we can't do this because they have unique. They both need access to the state. Although we can actually work around that by just getting. We can really just work around this, right? Because we can get ownership from here. We can do this, can't we? Uh, reference. Now that's fine. What game? What game do you have in mind, Danaka? Danaka. What game do you have in mind? See, if we can move pending in here and here. I have not played the first one. Okay, how much is Division 2 now? Is that a full price game though? Or do you have to pay some kind of subscription or anything for it, right? Because I have actually €3 for Division 2. Okay. Let me have a quick look. Store. Oh yeah, that is kind of cheap. Okay, I might be up for the Division. Let me think on it for a bit. I can't really go to the wife and say, oh, by the way, I spent some money on a game now, and then she will murder me. But at 30 or €3, sorry, and not €30, at €3, I don't think she'll notice, right? Yeah, I think I might be up for that, Tanaka. But don't play anymore then, right? I'll buy it tonight and then we'll play it. You haven't touched the second one yet. Okay. That's the one, Velux. Now the question is, can we go from pending to mute? We can do it as state. We can't. And I guess that's one of the reasons. What about a shed? What can we do from a shed state? Full DLC. Oh no, we just buy the base game, right? So what can we do with the shared state? Not a lot. We can deref and drop, but yeah, it's shared state, you idiot. Of course you can't do anything with that. No. That sounds pretty good. Okay, I'll get it tonight and we can try it. Okay, so pending here means nothing. Instead, we could get the origin and then just set it based on that, right? How should we do animation here? Hmm. Yeah, I never understood season pass, game pass, blah pass. Like none of the, I've never bought any of these things. I never understood them, right? Um, exactly. We don't need no DLC. All right. Morphogenesis. No, that's Scar Symmetry again. I don't know why he keeps recommending. I'm not wild about it. And they're not bad, but it's a bit of a nothing thing, right? Okay, so we have to have some means of driving animations, right? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, if I mean if the DLCs aren't like £6,000 extra, then yeah, of course. Okay. Makes sense. Thank you for the follows. Right, so we need to basically be able to animate things here. Mm. So how do we think about these things, right? We could just make animation its own component, but it would be nice to have different ones. Different animations that we could build. So okay, if we make it a separate component, we can have different animation states, right? Then maybe this shouldn't look like this. Instead, our index should have an animation there. And we pass in some kind of animation state or whatever, right? I think we are very close. Can you imagine that we built this Twitch malarkey? We like the first draft of this in under an hour. And and I haven't worked on this thing in so many years, and now we just knocked it out, right? Ah, good times. But I gotta figure out what to do with the animation because I want to have different animations, and um, whoops, maybe some of them should. Okay, so animation should be a container in that case, right? That contains its own state. Can we set some attributes here, right? Like this, just to dictate which one that we're doing, right? We could have a. Could we have like a top and a left as well? No, not on this thing. That we can't. Now we have to register this thing. Okay, so we make this thing its own state then. All right, we need component implementation for this thing. It's kind of a non-issue how we do this because this is disposable. Yeah, it's just €3 or whatever. It's dirt cheap. Okay, so we just have an advanced function here. But we don't really have an advanced function because now we have a tick function here. It's what you get before platinum, right? Okay, so now we have a component implementation. We can drive this thing. We could just say... Then we don't need to tick that. And we don't need that. Or that. Why was that not doing anything? That's why. Okay, so the event pop-up is showing. We don't want it to show. Hello, Celestial. How you doing? Okay. Let's drive the animation then. You don't need to be there. Because this is now a component. Whoops. Not to rip the cable out. All good. Don't need a new function when we have default implementation. All right. Let's talk about animations. We need to know where we're going, and so we need to store some kind of value here, and the same thing here. So idle means it's doing nothing. Okay. Animations are good, Skylar. That makes it look so much more fun. Or could we inject them into the chat, maybe? No, I don't know. Do we want them there? Oh, hard to implement. Well, yes and no. They are. You can overcomplicate them if you want. Definitely. Okay. So right now, I'm just thinking about something that pops up. But what if we want to do something else, right? You believe your own words there, Velux. No one's immune to marketing or adverts. That's not how it works. You look around your home and you'll recognize a lot of products that you might not even know why you bought them. Right? But yeah. It's all good. I'm just joshing. Okay, so if we're idling, then we should do nothing. And we should have some like default state. There is no such thing as normal people to start with. Marketing is aimed as you basically, well, marketing is a very encompassing term, right? But in general, when we talk about these things, it's not about telling you to go and buy a can of Coke and then you do it. It's about making you aware of things. So next time you're in a position where you don't know what to choose, you're influenced by the marketing material, right? How do we get the what tags can we get, by the way? Let's get something less hectic. Yeah, I kind of need to decide what animations I'm gonna do here for this to make sense. We could implement a secondary message type to have a different kind of message injected, like the quotes, we can probably ignore the bunny bot, right? So if I do this now, let's ignore the bunny. Okay, it's already being ignored for some reason. Why is being ignored? Why is the bunny bot being ignored? I didn't program that in, did I? All right, let's restart that. I don't think I wrote that in there. So maybe I wrote that in somewhere else. No, it's not. Not yet. It's just hacked together. It's just called small bun. Is it? No, skill issue. Simple bun. No, we're not ignoring it here. Okay. The big stuff happens inside BunnyBot chat. This is a whole thing. Yeah, Binky is what runs the BunnyBot. But the BunnyBot isn't just what you see in the chat. The BunnyBot does a lot of things. Okay, there's nothing there. What about the aggregator? There's nothing that tells me to ignore the BunnyBot. Oh, it's probably because the BunnyBot is the thing that's running it. So it doesn't get its own messages. That's what it is. No, hang on. That doesn't make sense. It could if they are virtual, which, by the way, everyone should virtualize their underwear. Oh yeah, bots kind of need mod power, don't they? I don't know why it's being ignored though. We should probably not have all this tracing on. But yeah, I'm shocked. I just won, but because they're virtualized, they're also hot swappable. So it's all good. Like it's an easy solve. I don't know why Simple Bun is ignoring its own messages. Oh yeah, I'm not bothering with that, Tanaka. I don't get it. Hmm. I don't know why we don't see. I guess it doesn't echo messages back to itself. That's probably why. Because this is operating under the BunnyBot account. Okay, but then we need to have a different type of message, all right? So what should we do for that? We sort of have to make this optional then. Okay, let's try to get the thing working where we make this optional, maybe. Well, then we have to send not an IRC message, but something else. Yeah, the bot is the chat, not the events. The events is something else. Okay, then we have to change this. That just says value. What does that mean? Oh, it's a JSON value. That's why. That's why we have to unpack it the way we did in the simple one. I guess we can get this from simple bun. Yeah. Oh, well, the thing is, there is only one connection, and that is the BunnyBot software that's doing that. That's this thing here. No, that's this thing here. So all the bots and all the chats and all these things are just talking locally to one thing. So we're not actually having multiple connections to Twitch. Instead, everything just goes through like a proxy. We need to get the stuff out of this value. Actually, what we could do, probably in the main where we do this. Yeah, we could just grab this code here. Proxies everywhere. Yeah, it's a hassle to work with, which is why I have, which is basically the problems that comes from that is being solved by Binky. So here we send an IRC message, but we want something that can be either an IRC message or something else, right? So let's go to our chat here and just make some kind of struct list item or an enum that is either a chat IRC message or an event. And I don't know what we're going to do for the event. We just put a string for the event. Let's just keep it super simple. So it's list items that we're sending here instead. That's the wrong place. It's the chat component that we want to do this for. So that becomes a list item, which is kind of awkward. We shouldn't call it a list item. We're going to call it something else. Are you simple? There we go. We're gonna probably just return a message from this thing. Like so. Now the component ID is something different. Oh, that is not a good name for it, but it'll have to do. We're going to rename that later. Entry object. Hmm. Oh, interesting. Okay, so what do we do here? Yeah, we need two things. We need to have the title and the user input. All right, so we can just send this thing. There we go. Okay, so why? Hmm. Let's pretend to be consistent. Not really a message. Okay, so here we're gonna dictate what the message says, right? Actually, we could skip that and just do this and then pick that out elsewhere. So we just send the entire message instead. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So we do that elsewhere now. Um, let's see. What do we have? What is it called? Actually, I can check it here. Well, then we have to pull this in from Simplebun anyway. So maybe I should just make these two work. We could bake that into Bunnybot, actually. Okay, so if we're gonna do that, mm, don't do it, Priven. They are terrible. I don't actually know about Discord, but Twitch has been terrible when it comes to updating their API documentation and stuff. I don't know what they like these days, though. Where should we store this in the grand scheme of things? Let's go to simple bun. So this one has the quotes. We could move the quote stuff into. We can move this into Bunnybot. What are you talking about? I just added that. Oh, stupid workspace. Which one should have this? Event sub, maybe? No. That could be in the roots. Yeah, it could. One point oh. Oh, really? Okay. Look at that. No, that is the main issue. But yeah, I didn't think about that. I don't have to go to the gym tomorrow, so I can be free to game around 5 a.m. How does that work for you? Subs game with streamer whenever you want. All right, let's fix this thing because this one's gonna have a lot of hard coded stuff in it. Then we have to add error handling to this as well. Six a.m. sounds good to me. Yeah, I'm around the 6 a.m. if you guys want a game then. Should we just use this error for this? Was that the right one? Yeah, it is. Okay, so we're gonna add error to this thing as well. We'll make it public. Like so. All right, let's just clean this up now. I don't remember this thing. I've implemented my own error for so long. Derive error. Create error result. There we go. Do we need to do that? Oh yeah, we need to add the error thing there. There we go. Sleeping on the keyboard is not allowed. Okay, let's see. What else do we have? Easy stuff. This is easy stuff. You see this stuff? It is easy. Do you know what? It is easy. Did you know that it's easy? All right, let's find all the unwraps in here. That was it. And that's an option. All right, easy enough indeed. So we just have to pass a path to this thing when we initialize it. So let's go to simple bun, which doesn't have quotes anymore. But we can get them from Bunnybot. And then here we need to pass in the original one, which is something like that. I think that's it. Okay, so we can get the codes into the witch box now. Okay, so we need to get a random quote here. Let's add quotes to this. Kind of a bit weird to add that here, but let's do it. No? Don't let me do that. Should be able to import this from Bunnybot. Got quotes there. Easy. We could. No, let's not. We can copy. We can do a display for a quote, couldn't we? We could just take this, right? That's all we need to do. All right, so we should have random quotes now. As long as it is fun and you're not just saying that. Okay, so let's get the quote into the UI then. Let's make a new component for a message. Oops. Okay. The drawback of hot reloading is that I broke this now. And that's it, right? Now we just have to register these. Nope, I broke something. Chat and event. Yeah, there's no chat. Maybe we call it chat then. Yeah. Okay. Nope, that didn't work at all. There we go. There we go. We got custom message types popping into the chat. But I don't want the black background color for that. So we get rid of that. I have to do something about the other thing. What should we do there? Oh, what was that? They just showed up. Sure. I think so. Um Oh yeah, we're getting different quotes now because the bunny bot is picking one. Other thing. Yeah, they're different random quotes, right? But we're gonna disable bunny bot saying random quotes now since we have it here. Or simple bun. Simple bun is no longer doing quotes. All right, I'm gonna restart simple bun, which by the way should not affect. Oh, I can't redeem it now. Okay, bot is now online and it should no longer do quotes. The quotes end up here instead. Okay, the only thing that we're missing now is other kinds of events like yeah, I don't know. But maybe we can do this look get this to look a little bit nicer, right? So let's go with box drawing characters. I think I would like to have the get like another type of box for this. There are many options here. Maybe these corners. So let's do that for our border. Night Velux. Let's see if we can copy this one. Top right and now bottom right. Shit, why didn't that work? That should have redrawn it. Something went wrong. Try again later. Okay. Nope. Can't redeem random codes now. Twitch has given up on me. What do we do then? Okay, what do we do next then? Toast? Yeah, I'm getting quite hungry, but I don't think we're gonna do toast. Or should I make a toast? Here's to you. Oh no, that's cold and old. Put rubbish in there instead. Cooking stream. I'm eating leftovers today, so it's not much of a cooking stream. But here's one I prepared earlier. Sorry, that was uncalled for. Okay. We don't have events like cheers and stuff. You can't unsub. You subbed for life, Priven. All right, let me try to redeem the quote again. There we go. Okay, so that doesn't work. There we go. It's border style. But I didn't like those rounded corners. Do we have nicer rounded corners that we can use? These ones. I think these might be different. I hope they're different. They are not different. All right. Okay, fine. We'll just change you to thick then. There we go. Enjoy, Priven. Oh man, going to the gym now? It's going to be very busy. Start going in the morning instead. It's great. Okay, so what do we do? What do we do next then, right? What's our next move here? We're done. We're done this. Should we go and work on something else then? I think we could do some game engine dev maybe. All right, let me go and make myself a cup of tea again. And then we'll do some game dev. Yeah, no, start going in the morning. It's better. It's much better, right? No one there. You have the gym to yourself. You'd be like, yeah. And then no one's there to call you up for your bullshit. All right, I'll be right back. And there's a big Dave in the corner. Right, we should have a thing here, an event for doing one more thing. Why does it go away? That's odd. Now I should have half the size. But why does it go away when I do that? That's odd. I would qualify that as a bug. Hmm. Be that aggressive with the red. But why doesn't that work with the other direction? Oh, it does work? Why wasn't it working before? What? What is that? Okay, well, we'll get to that one later. We don't have to deal with that one now. All right. Right. Okay, let's swap and do some game dev. Then just bling blung. But what? Game dev, game engine dev. That's what we're gonna do. All right. Okay. this is probably where we left off then. Ah, now I remember what we're doing. So where we left off was the shit, that annoys me. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Can we put a set stack in there? And then maybe we should even use the that's fine. All right, we don't have to do anything else. It annoyed me. Okay, it annoyed me. I can't believe it's taking me this long to build this, but should we just go base over this? No, I'll wait until tomorrow. I'm gonna have to get some food soon. Doesn't mean that I have to stop streaming. I don't know if I will, but I'm just saying I need to eat some food soon. Oh, okay. One more thing. One more thing. Is it better with or without the padding? Ah, okay, that is clearly not better. But we could set the top to 1 and then that to 4. No, that just looks super weird, doesn't it? Maybe no padding. I'll forget padding. But then I don't want the chunky one. There we go. Let's do gray. Actually, let's do white. So it's shining a little bit. That's too dark. I'm going to ask you a question shortly. I'm just messing around with this first. All right, it's fine like that. It's fine like that. Okay. So that's more in case I want to prepare something and test a little bit before I do the release, right? So I have I think there's a bug. I just haven't figured out if it is or not. I do want padding, okay? I do want padding. Here. All right, that'll do. Stop messing with it. Yeah, so tomorrow I'll do I'll release this into dev if I can't quickly figure out that bug, right? And start planning for this to be released. So there's a couple of things that I want to do, but I don't think I'm going to get those done. Yeah, the thing is, I want to not only release it, but I want to publish this and let people know about it. But today, I cannot tell you how to implement drag and drop in a way that is not going to make people violent. So I don't know. And I have to prepare myself for all the confoundedly frustrating questions I will get from people who do not look at this from my perspective. They're not going to look at this, oh, you've been working at this for a while. They're going to look at this as, it doesn't have this functionality. And if you get caught up in that, then it's easy to just feel like you don't want to deal with it and just throw it in the bin. Drag and drop these nuts. There we go. Text replacement. Tell them the iPhone. See, that's the thing you can't do. That's the thing I want to do, but that's the thing I can't do. Yeah, drag and drop in a TUI. You can definitely have dragging and stuff like that, but and you can implement drag and drop, it's just not in a way that people might expect it to work. A lot of this is an assumption on my account, but I think a lot of individuals think about user interfaces and coming from the world of web and stuff. So they want to do like web things. They want to drag. They want like detach a div from the DOM and then reattach it somewhere else, right? That's probably how a lot of people think about it. So the way you could do something like that in HTML, right? It would be that you position the div absolutely where the mouse cursor is, and then you attach it as a child when you let go, kind of thing. But yeah. I don't know what you mean with text replacement, show emotes in the terminal. Okay, so text replacement, I thought it just meant like a string substitution kind of thing, and that's easy and nothing to do with anathema. But do you mean showing graphical things? You need a different font for that, Bonin, or other things, right? Like the CHST. Oh, chat. Sorry, RJ. I'm so stupid today. Yeah, this thing took no time to implement, and I was messing around with it for a bit. I was doing nonsense the first few minutes of the stream, but in under an hour, we had text on screen from chat. No, it doesn't, Bonin. I understand what you mean. There's plans for making a separate backend for this, but yeah. That's good, Scott. How about this? Swappy. All right. Come on, terminal. What is this? Okay. No, I wouldn't go this far even, right? This is just a lot of, hang on, I can reorganize my user interface. Boop, okay. Try dragging. I'm trying. I can't drag it. It looks cool. Yes, clear needs JavaScript. But I would say to anyone who wants to try Anathema, we're almost there. So please give it a whirl. Let's load some new commands into the bot. I don't have hot reloading for simple bun, so using bash script, I feel like you might have taken a bit of a detour doing that, Johnny. Or maybe not. I actually don't know. Cinnamon uses JavaScript and stuff, right? So, if I remember correctly, I haven't used Cinnamon in many years, so I don't know. Okay. Should we do a little bit of a your second panel goes missing after the screen goes to sleep? What's your X set configured like? X set, right? No, stop trying to kill it. Get new panel. Come on, new panel. Right. What does your screensaver say, and what does your DPMS say? Right. I would imagine not, given the name is X set and not Wayland set. So I don't think so. Panel is just gone. Oh, that sounds annoying. Oh, hang on. You are you are talking about the taskbar, that panel. Okay. All right, sorry. You know what, Janine, I understand what you mean now. Okay. I understand what you mean. Yeah, so with Cinnamon, you can make new panels at the bottom or side or top of your screen, right? It's pretty cool, things considered. And so your issue is that one of these panels goes missing when the monitor goes to sleep. That sounds like a frustrating bug, right? But this seems like something that you should so okay, that's a different issue. So this one doesn't make sense, because if you have a panel on all four corners of one monitor and you unplug the other one, where are you going to put the panels? It kind of makes sense, right? Oh. Yeah, Temporis was telling me about KDSY yesterday, and I think if I was going to go full graphical nonsense, I definitely would do that, right? Yeah, but the issue makes sense though, Boner, right? Because if you have two monitors like this, they are the old 4x3 monitors, and then you have a panel on the left side here, and you have a panel up here, and you have a panel here, and you have a panel here, and then you have a panel here. when you disconnect this monitor, where should this panel go? Right? You, I understand that you can say, well, if there's no panel there, then do this. Otherwise, do that. But it's kind of a weird thing, right? So I get it. The panel is owned by the monitor, but that is not Jonil's issue, right? Jonil's issue is that the monitor is here, but the panel is missing, right? Two monitors stacked up vertically. We already know that this is a sociopath, right? Come on, Harold. Is this the bash script you're using, Janelle? Yeah, I think your issue is a little bit elsewhere, but yeah, I can't speak for Cinnamon, right? I don't know. Okay, so we are moving on to game dev now, which is always fun. Let's see if I have this set up. No, I don't have that set up. Okay. So now it's going to be about the loops that we add and deciding how to work with them, right? Oh shit, what broke? I need to log an error here. I really need to catch an error. Let's just print out the result. Let's see if that can break again. Yeah, I think it replies. I think there was a reply that broke it. No? Nope. Should we hook the bot up to an LLM just for no reason whatsoever so we can reply when you ask it things? All right, I don't know what it was that broke it then. But this is not public just as a crate. Ah, right. I don't know what we're gonna do with this one. Rendering is private. Okay, we're sticking in the root. Okay, apparently I already done that. We do the same thing with physics. Wow, okay, so that runs now. Except the dummy. Okay. So then it's going to be about adding these timers now and how they operate. I need to change um, game engine dev in Rust. All right, let's update that one. Oh, absolutely, you could, Scott. So Anathema is just an interface, right? It's just you describing how something should be drawn and laid out, nothing else, right? All the or the display logic, as it were, right? Everything else that has to do with discourse and what have you, that's like separate from that. So the way I did this for this project was by running two threads, one with an async runtime that does all the networking, and one that just, and then the main thread that does the display, right? So the main thread sets up the user interface. It starts off the networking and then it's just blocking on the runtime. So yeah, you definitely can do that, right? And then you can communicate with the UI from outside of the UI using an emitter, which is what we're doing here. Test received. That was a long delay, RJ. It was a very long delay. Your ping might be in the minutes at this point. All right, not boredom again. Let's get something else. Okay, let's try some arbitrary. AFK, you're not allowed to AFK. Who signed off on this? Beds will roll. Can't roll heads though. That's too morbid. All right, stop posting LLM spam in the chat. A higher power? Well, I mean, tell it to lay off the pipe and it'll be fine. Okay. So yes, so what do we have now is the building blocks for sort of a game engine, and what is missing here is the render and the physics step, and to be able to attach functionality to these things, right? Come on in. Just a second. This is the gift that keeps on giving. uh, uh, I'm losing it, man. I'm losing it. Oh my god. Okay. What do I do? Am I gonna have to change my entire life because of bad plumbing? It doesn't make sense. This is so surreal. It can't be. All right. Um. I'm working on snapping out of this, but there's a lot of there's a lot of friction resilience. Um. Okay. 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 Uh. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. I'm just in the middle of a breakdown. I'll get out of it shortly. How you doing? How's the balatra going? You should. You guys can pile on the blame on me. I can handle it. I got a lot of room, right? Oh man, I want to play balatra now. So I'm not gonna get into details of what just happened, but another drain just evacuated in another room in the house, and lots of stuff came out. What do I do? What do I do at this point? What do I do? Oh. Embrace it. Well, the thing is, the stench in here is gonna get unbearable at some point, and then I won't be able to be in here. Maybe I get more stuff done then, because then all I can do is just sit quietly in the sofa and write code. But I think I'm now. Like last time this happened, we could just go away because it was over a weekend. But the weekend's kind of over now, so I can't go anywhere. Oh, this is a lot worse, Danaka. This is. Well, I mean, you know what you flushed down the toilet. Except it came back up in another room now. So I got 2 rooms now. Are you guys looking for Rust developers, Tanaka? I might need to jump on that. I don't mind relocating because I'm kind of done here. I don't care if this house burns down at this point. Please don't come and burn my house down. We have pets and people living here. I can't patch it, Scott. There is no patching of this. I could like pour concrete down the drain, but I don't think that's gonna help. Yeah, it does suck, Acton. The problem is, I don't know. The company is in a hiring stop at the moment. Typical. But maybe this is a fuck. I didn't want to get stuck in this again, right? I spent days not programming on stream, so I would be able to get back to programming so no fucking thing happens, right? The moment I get back to it, this bullshit unfolds, and it is so taxing, right? All right. Should we have a look? Let's just have a look if anyone's doing anything. I mean, I could just apply for this one, couldn't I? Where is it? It doesn't say anything about what they do. It doesn't say anything about who they are or anything. Or is this the website itself? Yeah. Fully remote, you're stuck. No, see, if it's fully remote, then it doesn't matter where I live. Oh man, you get better paid for the distributed query engine though, right? What's scanner dev? Partial remote? Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. eBPF, now that will be cool, but what country do we guess this is in? I'm thinking since it's networking, most likely. Hmm. I don't have that. I'm a consultant already. Oh shit. All right. I'm done for. Okay, this makes me think there's gonna be a lot of travel. Yeah, coming in. Give me some minutes. All right. So today was gonna be a long stream. It's not gonna be a long stream now because I have to go and do something gross. I just want to give up. I just want to give up. All right. But you don't have that luxury. All right. But I think this is definitely, I don't know what this is, but this is not a step in the right direction. I was so optimistic when I started today. It's like, yes, we're back. We're back in business. This is how it's gonna go. I just don't know what to do in this situation. I mean, I know what the immediate task that I have to deal with, which is different, but what? All right. Someone is on the way here to fix it. No, you guys will never know whether she's real or not. It's not gonna. No, she's never. She never. I've asked her if she wants to be like hang out on stream with me ever, and I get a polite but sort of solid no to that. No, there's nothing to do now. Exactly like Columbo's wife, right? There's nothing that I can do now. They are apparently on the way here to deal with this. And there's nothing I need to do beforehand. There was a question of whether we're gonna save something, but she just came in and told me there's no saving this. It's gone. So no. Yeah, that's the gist of it. This is fine. So what do you do in a situation like this? Well, you just have to buckle up and you just get on with it, right? Not let it get to you. I'm saying that for my benefit, not for yours. Okay, you don't care. Thank you, Snooze. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much. Take a deep breath outside. Yeah, I have to go. I have to walk through all of this to get to the outside. So I'm just gonna sit. But hang on, I have a solution. A Yankee candle. Okay. The light is dead. All right, there you go. There you go. I don't think a gas mask would do much to remove smell. Shake it, then the candle's gonna go out if I shake it. All right, we got a Yankee candle here. Egyptian musk. You know what? That'll do. Okay, so this thing crashed, and I don't know why, and I don't see the error message. Whoops. All right, that wasn't supposed to happen. Okay, I really need to figure out why this thing is crashing. So let's run this with... without the old screen. I don't have any of that in my house, Scott. It's all good. Thank you so much, Snooze. Appreciate that. All right, now we're gonna... now this thing's gonna actually... we're gonna have to keep talking, Bowen, and so the text will fill up the screen, right? Oh yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. We need to clear the screen somehow, and that's only doing it with... yeah, we need the screens and clearing. Rub it in your eye. Good. Redeem more random quotes. Thank you so much for the sub. I don't know what to do. My fucking things here. All right, we'll do game engine dev. Man, I don't have it. I don't have it in me to unpack this mess. That is Tricky Lady, my bunny. He came back from the brink of death. He almost died on us twice. We nursed him back to health. Can we stare at this? And there's a YouTube video. Do I want to stare at this YouTube thing? No, I don't want to stare at that. You have an open position for a team lead. Who's main matter? All right, let's have a look. These are Rust Consulting. Don't want to do. I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry, everyone. I just can't.